Yo, this is Omar Jose. Hey, Kim folks. Say what's up? This is from the beat producer. I forgot my man's name. I call him Godfrey. We ain't been speaking lately, but like I said, it don't stop me from enjoying his gifts. Wonderful beat maker, hit me up. I'll see if I can get you his information. Read his introductory close. Mind you, this page is not for everybody. It's gonna fuck your life up. It's gonna have you doing some other things. So enjoy the tunes, man, until I get this set up. This is all freestyle, but this is part 2. When in paradise. When they talk about paradise, like you think it's wonderful, we're talking about when you're in paradise, when the game of life is, you don't know when you're gonna hit snake eyes, you don't know when you're gonna crap out or crap on yourself. And then sometimes you have people that like crapping on you, you know, making sure that you crap out. You know, man. Revolution cannot be televised. This is not about black power, white power. This is about self-realization. This is about being in the image of the Most High Yah, because he said he made man in his image. Now, if you add anything to man or take away from man, you ain't made in the image of the Most High, but of your own creation. And for that, you could never be a God body, a Elohim, or a prophet, or a messenger, or anything. Except to the opposite of the Most High will have us to do. Enjoy the sounds for a minute. Get my frequency together. Get my mind right. Make sure I keep my shit tight. Alright? Hope y'all like the sound. I think I just might make this my intro for every video, because it's my jam right here. I'm about to write something to it. I haven't thought I'd write to it yet, but I don't know, we'll see. We'll see. I just got a new little tablet. This is about the 5th tablet. This is ridiculous. So right now I'm trying to see if I can get this hooked up real quick. Try to get out. I've forgotten how to do some of this stuff. I haven't been making as videos as we would like to. Let's see what y'all see real quick. Let's see if I can see what y'all see. I don't know why this is on my story, man. Like, this is weird. Let's see what y'all see real quick. No viewers yet. Live chat open. Right. Let's see what it is like this. There you go. There we go. Now I can see what y'all see if I put a tablet on the floor. Alright. Let's get into this. Let's get into it. Yeah, let's get into it. They sacrificed to the demons, not Yah, to the lower gods, who they had not known. New niggas who came from recent times, their ancestors had not known. So now it takes me back to Let's call on our ancestors. But also we didn't tell nobody that there's some niggas that our ancestors didn't know. So now even your ancestors may be ignorant to some things, you know. Don't kill the messenger, man. Don't kill the messenger. African Scientology is always based on the ancestors. Always based on the ancestors. That's what we call this. When in a paradise. Cause it's a crap game. That's why they shot dice for what? This particular Jesus' outfit. They shot dice for his shit. When in paradise. See, the Messiah, the spirit of the Messiah, was typographed into shooting dice, meaning paradise to a pair of dice. Some of you won't make that connection yet. We get it. Some of you won't make that connection yet. What I'm going to share with you is a prophecy first before I get into the actual footage of the matter. Now, what I'm going to read to you, as I've read to you in the first segment of Epi 1. Now, I want to read this, I want you to see this real quick. Oh, shit. Oh, no, I just didn't. Who's here? Nope, it's not here. Alright, I'm going to try to shoot it here. This one's called The Cash, the Crown, the Crescent, and the Cross. And I'm going to show you some photos that they found. Let me try this thing again. New tab, calculus. What was it? C-A, there you go. Calculus. There you go. This is not what I was looking for. No, I don't want to do that. I just want to read some shit. No, this is not it. But that's the book. Check that book out. During Charlemagne, what they call Charlemagne the God. See how Charlemagne the God is being remanifested through these times, through this, Roman Jewish colony, in the Breakfast Club, Charlemagne, through Alfred the Great. What is Charlemagne doing to the black people through this frequency called social media, Breakfast Club? See, this physical that went spiritual. The physical went spiritual. What you mean? Because, folks, in this Jewish colony, Roman Jewish, alright, obviously Christians is in this. Because you have the Jewish Khazarians still in the Hebrew culture, black Greeks, black Jews, Roman Empire, and from the time of what? Charlemagne. Which now, Charlemagne, and then we're going through the TV, social media, through what? Who's the new Alfred? Who is the new great one? Just something to shoot to use that for why the Spirit even had that on there. Alright. This is it right here. I think this is it right here. Nope. Golly, I can't find that page. Oh, where's it at, man? Okay, see, maybe this is it. Here you go. Alright, we got it. We back in it. We slide this out. Okay. Okay, now, let me get him down here. Let me slide this back down here where we're supposed to. Put this in front again so y'all can see it and y'all can read it with me. Tuscan is a continent, is a country. What ancient country is Tuscan? Not Tusky. Tuscan. Here we got Arizona. Now the history of Tuscan. Check this out. Now, this Tuscan was founded in 1775. Alright. La Fiesta de San Agustin. But the Hokum Indians lived and farmed here for 4,000 years before these guys came, these Tuscans. You see that? So these Tuscans in 1800s got together with the Hokum Indians, and I might want to save that. Hold up. Hokum Indians. We'll copy that. I think we'll search Wikipedia first. Drop that. See what Wikipedia come up with. English. Alright, that's it. That's all I want. I should have added another language. Hokum Hokum Pictures, Oasis America, Black Indians in the United States, Prehistoric Arizona, Paleo, Pobolians, but we're going to go back up to Hokum, prehistoric culture. What do you want to know about the national park? So, North America, Southwest, Arizona, Mexico. See, when I tell you about our Mexican and border folks as our brothers, and if you go past the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean, this is where we become the Pacific slave trade. Nobody wants to talk about the Pacific slave trade. Folks want to focus on the transatlantic slave trade that's all been propagandized for the sake of competition on what? The Pacific slave trade. We're talking about history, competition, war games, archaeology competitions, education competition, and to be the first to either summarize whom you conquered. But just some things to look out at, look for. Origin culture is debated. You have Mesoamerica, Pueblo. People mention Snaketown, Salt River, Red Mountains, the Hold'em language, Sonora. But you know, here's the connection before I get into it. Is this right here, where it says American West is part now of Arizona, Southwest is now part of Arizona, United States, and Sonora, Mexico. It's all Orientals. That's the word that people are missing. That word, Oriental. So go ahead and check that out. But I don't think Wikipedia gave a great definition of it. So we're going to go somewhere else with this. Let's see. Let's look up in the dictionary. Now we'll go to search Google before we get back to this other part. Why am I going through this? Because we want to make a connection to reality. Alright? And where we can find our history and our culture in this. You get a bigger picture. So, in this area of California, all the way down California coast into Mexico, obviously, somebody mentioned Utah being Judah. Really. That is not out of the question. Why? Because we came from the west. I mean, from the east. In the west of America. In the southwest. And across America when these was all dry land. Up towards this area of Alaska, that dry belt that links us to Asia Major. That's what we call Afroasiatics, Afrocentrics, and the whole nine. Afro, and Afri-Asiatics. So there you find that culture here. It has nothing to do with Africa, but everything to do with Asia Minor. This is the language. If there's an Asia Major, then where is Asia Minor? That's what you call Africa. And this is the great secret of the division between the black races. So we have their history. Tuscan, though. Let's get back to the Tuscan. Connection. Tuscan has its sister cities in China and Kazakhstan across the globe. We're a world of leader in astronomy and one of America's solar cities. The first stop of the country's annual rodeo circuit. See what they turned it into? China, Kazakhstan. So now that takes us back to this right here. China and Kazakhstan. Who is the bigger trading groups with America or Rome? Let's get a picture of Kazakhstan first. Where is Kazakhstan? So let's pull this picture together with Central Asia, Kazakhstan, right? And the history, hold on the Jew. Hold on, let me pull this up. We got the Jew, see? The cities in China and Kazakhstan, right? Let's pick up Kazakhstan. Look in the middle. Jewish Christians. Alright, look at the key words. Jewish Christians. Roman Catholic Jewish Christians. Look, like my man would say, look at the hijack. Now, Tuscany has its sister cities. Arizona has sister cities of China and Kazakhstan. Now, let's get this picture. Wow, let's see. Go to Britannica. See your Jew flag? These are the people who represent Kazakhstan. Slide this back over. Who owns Russia? Tuscany, Arizona? Russia, China, sister cities. Tuscany has sister cities in where? China and Kazakhstan. Where? Arizona. Utah was sold by the Bill Gates, not Bill Gates, the Hillary Clintons. That's why Russia or Kazakhstan or Russia and China is in Utah and Arizona. I did that piece for y'all some years ago. Nobody wanted to watch it. Folks thought it was a game, but folks will take my videos serious one day. But I know there's a lot of you been watching our videos. I know there's some of you that watched our video. I've watched, let's just say this. I've had the privilege of seeing the views of what we've been showing you guys go up. Subscriptions is not up. Well, subscriptions went up. Well, we're up to 200, which is good. We're glad to get 100. 100 is like getting one person. If we had 100 people, out of that 100 people, you hadn't told at least 5 people or 2 people. So really, but 100 then told one person, that's really 200. And if those 200 then told one person, it got to be 4. So I know y'all watching. I know y'all listening. And I know y'all researching. And I'm happy because we don't have any comments out of 1,000, 2,000 plus videos on Facebook and on Instagram and on YouTube. And none of it said our teachings are false. So we know that China, Russia, also Tucson or Tuscan, Arizona, and Utah, because here is the Kazakhstan, Caspian Sea, Ukraine, Russia, Central Asia connection. Alright. Get this back. Let's get the map though. Let me get this. It's Kazakhstan in Europe. Kazakhstan religion. Let's get that. Studies show that 90% of the population identifies as religious according to that approximately identified as religious is Muslim. Other Muslim groups include Shafi, Sunni, Shia, Sufi, Ahmadi. So, what type of Muslims or Islam is this? Muslim. Muslim is not a religion. But Kazakhstan images. Who are these people? Let's get a little dip of this real quick. Look what happened. Remember, we're showing you this right here. This is what we're showing you. Alright, we can get out of this here. We just want to show you that Tuscan, China, Khazarian, Russian, United States propaganda is happening right now. Alright, so we get out of that. Close. Alright, note. Mixture of Jewish, Christian, Kabbalistic. Remember, this is a Roman Jewish colony in America. What are they into? Here we go. Pope Francis, Roman. What is the conference where? Kazakhstan. Let's get 2 minutes of it. Let's get 2 minutes of it.
The 7th Congress of Leaders of World and Traditional Religions started in Kazakhstan's capital Nur-Sultan. Pope Francis is among the guests, as well as high representatives of various religions. One of the goals of this Congress is to promote peace through dialogue.
Who's at the head of the seat? Who's the vicar of Rome or vicar of Christ? See who runs this whole organization? Everybody comes and kisses his hands or his ass, called the Osculum something. Infamous Osculus or Osculum means when these witches come kiss what? The devil's ass. That's what it means. Osculum, infamous Osculum or Osculus infamous. Not infamous like being infamous, but it's Osculum something. I got a picture of it. I'll show it to you. But that's where you get this right here. Look, boom. 1920, the Tuscan Arizona was founded in objects written in Latin. Who's Latin? Hold on, let me show you the Latin. Bam. Latin. Who? Pope Francis. Alright, Latin. Pope Francis. Alright. Greek, Greco-Romans. And who? Black Jews or black Israelites. In the book of Maccabees 1 through 5, with both Catholic and other Greco-Jewish or Greco-Roman Jews or other Khazar Jews or other Cuban Jews or white Jews, black, green, orange Jews. This is all part of the beast system. These are the pawns the tools of the system on this thing called a chessboard. And y'all don't see the chessboard. I see the chessboard. Ritual objects and symbols. Ritual objects and here are the symbols. Let's see what else we can find here. Hold on. We got here. So y'all see, right before your face, Cyclone Covey describes, notice the word Cyclone Covey, describes this discovery in his book, Kalalis. Roman, Pope, Jewish, Greco, Hebrew sellouts who decided to pick up the word Jew, created a colony here in America from the town of Charlemagne through Alfred the Great. Means these guys conspired, hold on, these guys conspired with these guys. And because of the entertainment industry, they had to hide it behind those who are really truthful but don't know that it's them. AKA Charlemagne the God on Breakfast Club, where he talks about certain things that in this culture they agree with. Whether it's down in homosexuality, how a girl dress, the whole types of things. And you notice, however, this very much fits the period in 8th century when the Carolinian Empire, there is a Jewish principality in the South France called Septimania, as in, hold up, 9. Sept in Rome, in Latin, excuse me, means 9, as in September is the 9th month. August 8, September. Like now, today is Septi month, or Sept. Oh no, this is October, last month. Ruled by Theodore Narbonne. And then he came up with the name what? Makir Toros ben Judah. Magnario Amr. They even took up the old Roman names of America. What's his name? Americanus. There was Vesperian Americanus, but there is a so-called black man in the form of Arab culture, I believe, Leo Africanus. Not American. I'm sorry about my fault. It was Leo Africanus. But also, you can read about this Amiri or Maris in his books, I believe, if I can remember. I read it, but I can't remember right now. Cause a lot of my books is I don't. Let's just say all the books that I had, somebody stole them, or they've been stolen. Or a few I do have, I'm surprised they still in readable shape. But nonetheless, right? Here's the key word. The exarch of Babylon embraced a Jewish form of Catholicism while other members remained outwardly Orthodox. This is what I want y'all to see. This is what I want you to see. Right here. This is what I want you to see right here. It's self-explanatory, man. It's self-explanatory. September 15th, which is what? September, what was it? Let me find it out. See, because here's the connection. Where's it at? September, here we go. Septimania. What is it? What is this date? Septimania. Sept. Was September. I already asked for Most High for me to make the part 2. I've been asking yesterday. I had to bring my ass home, get from out the Linus's mouth, the chops of the world, to make sure I got this out to you guys. I want to let y'all know, man, this is not a fucking joke. This spiritual warfare is real. And I tell folks every day, I am one situation from being a alcoholic, drug addict, whatever shit that I said I will never be again or become. You never know. You never know. And this is why I say this. When I see children, when I see the younger guys, I remind myself when I say, when somebody asked me when I was a child, what do I want to be when I grow up? I never said I wanted to do this, for one. 2, I never said I wanted to be a killer or a robber or a person of lust. I never said I wanted to chase money. In fact, I never said I wanted to be or think anything that I'm thinking these past 30 years. Was never on my fucking mind. Think about it. The first time you can remember when you was a child, somebody asked you, what do you want to be when you grow up? You know somebody asked you when you was a baby. Because you know why? That's the first thing that gives a child, for some reason, parents or older folks feel compelled to ask that child, what do you want to be when you grow up? Not knowing that motherfucker be lucky if he do grow up. Shit. You be like, motherfucker, how you plan on staying alive? Now, what you gonna be when you grow up? How you gonna get to grow up, motherfucker? You got any plans on how you gonna grow up? Talking to a 2-year-old, like, from a little motherfucker. Do you have any plans on how you gonna grow up? Well, let me tell you. 1, everybody gonna lie to you from this day forth. Alright? That's the best advice you tell your 2-year-old, 3-year-old. Everybody's gonna lie to you. Everybody gonna lie to you. Everything's gonna be a fucking lie. Don't even worry about it. But you gotta tell them how to navigate and control his emotions, right? I almost went off on a tandem. Let's get a little bit of sin.
See, absolutely, man. It's absolutely necessary to
have the Jewish Catholics
of this world and to have a strong collective call for justice in this world as well.
I read somewhere where, who was it? Somebody could not get rid of the Jebusites. They destroyed everybody else but the Jebusites. Now today, if you look at them roads and the Knights Templars, most of those are enemies of the tribe of Judah. Fuck the rest of the tribes. Just the Judah himself. Because Judah whooped everybody's ass around his region. Except for the Jebusites, and somebody just decided to make friends with them niggas and got slipped a Mickey. Judah got backdoored by the Jebusites trying to have a feudalism with them. When God told you, just don't do that shit. So this is how Judah gets fucked off with this Kazakhstan, Jewish, you know what I mean, Judaisms. This is where Judaisms and Judah becomes a Jew, with this right here. The Kazakhstans, China, the Mongols, together, who's always been in the Rome's. Always. All through history, the Mongols, after Attila Hannibal, no, they don't, whether Hannibal was black or not. But they always black, believe it or not. They were all dark skin, or some type of dark skin, believe it or not. They might not have been as dark as you like to praise yourselves, but nonetheless, there was of a hue complexion. Alright, so when these people came over, right, after the real Hebrews had left the Atlantic slave trade, before it even happened, because it was a prophecy. So this is why we have prophets. The Most High told us to go to these places first, establish ourselves, and when you get some visitors, don't fuck with them. That's why he separates us to another land, to another city, to another community, to another whatever. Embrace this, motherfucker. But after you get situated, after you get comfortable, don't get too comfortable of letting everybody else in your shit. And that's what the so-called black man and black woman do even to this very day. And this is how Judah became Judaism. And it's funny is, if you're going to use Judaism, then it makes sense when they use Judas as the one who portrayed the Messiah. So Judaism is the betrayer of Judaism. Listen to what I'm saying again. Look at the spelling. If Judaism, Judaism, J-A-D-E-O or J-A-D-A-I-S-M ism, then that's Judasism. Because they just took the S off the Judas. They took the H off of Judah. And just add the ism. And left it up to your ignorance. And so now you have this case, Kazakhstan, Russian, Christian, Greco, black, arguing Babylonian relationship that makes y'all black Hebrew Israelites or white Hebrew Israelites or all these things that you have to write names in here. My debate with the whole world and the whole globe and with every church on the planet, with every temple on the planet, debate me about the so-called black man and black woman of anywhere on the planet. Or they're not, or is they the first ones to war against the breath of life and life itself? Because you want to rule life when you're not the creator of life and all its things. And this is the inner battle when people want to rule life when life has its own ruler already. Life is already beautiful before you motherfuckers even got the gift of life and became conscious of what life is and isn't and should and shouldn't. Praise Yah! To this shit.
Et peu de justice aussi dans ce monde.
The key for peace today in this unstable world is to engage, to talk, to be together, to try to understand each other and to know personally each other. And that's what can bring people together.
This year's Congress.
Now, bring people together. Hear what they're saying. Calculatus, another ancient Jewish colony in America. Alright? This is an ancient colony. But now it's updated itself to what we're watching now, because you'll notice in the Kalalis in the Promised Land, which is America, it's called Kalalis is another word for Promised Land. Right? Most of promised this land, but you gave this one up too. Like you gave up Jerusalem and Samaria and everywhere else. That's what you do, black man. So you notice, ain't no niggas in that room. Farrakhan, none of them niggas is in that room. Not one. Not one from Sign Netter, RGB. Not one from any Black Lives Matter who really use that word Black Lives Matter as in Black Excellence Matters. Don't see them. Don't see them. But use their names to become the narcissists that we become. Because narcissist just means to show off for somebody, to get somebody else's approval. I've been posting that too, what a flying monkey is. We posted it where it's called from clowns to bitches or something like that, or bitches to clowns, or clown something. For you Mr. and Mrs. Clowntastic people. Check it out, Voodoo, look at what it is, Voodoo the Clowns. Check out my webpage on Clear Ink on YouTube. I'm telling you, they long as hell, but if you skip through them, you know, say they long because we want you to skip through them, to get a piece, nibble here and there, and if I really like it, you know what I'm saying, turn it into a little series or edit it, whatever. You know what I mean? And then break bread, huh? Because we know it's sound doctrine, man. We know it's sound information. It's real. I'm looking at it. I'm reflecting what I'm seeing into a global perspective. And I'm getting the history and the beginning of this global perspective. But in this global perspective, there is no niggers in this room. The Pope Francis joins a conference in Kazakhstan. They're Muslims, right? They're Islamic. Where are you at?
Congress brings together delegates from more than 50 countries representing different world religions.
To compare with the first Congress, there were only 17 delegations. Now we have more than 100 delegations. So it shows that there is an interest in the world and there is a support of the spiritual leaders.
The most important thing that is being achieved here is to normalize the conversation.
See the afro? That would be, you would call a black Jew. That's what we call a black Jew. Because she's not pale skinned. See her lips. See her curly hair. Somewhere, somebody laid in bed together and, you know, made them a and this is a light-skinned Jew. How about yeah, since we got black Jew, white Jew, and a light-skinned Jew. But since black and white make gray, then that gray Jew is bound to show his face. Right? Beautiful sister, nonetheless, but representation. But nonetheless, she may be a Catholic. But the key phrase in here too, I want to show you. Now, Babylon, here we go. We'll just try this. After September, right? My word is we'll keep it. We'll just keep it. Now, let's see what they say after this. Babylon, right?
Between different religions through their religious leaders. It is to make it popular and important for religious leaders to come together as one.
Now, what was ancient Babylon? One world religion. Now, when I show you, oh my goodness, the Oath of Nimrod, 101, Masons, Babylon, this, Black Jew, you'll get it. Wait till I show y'all the artifacts, man. Watch. It's just they took the theft of our lifestyle and our culture serious. So-called black man, black woman. They worked super hard on teaching their children. We're talking about 400 or 500 years ago. This took almost 2,000 years, man, to perfect. To actually have all the pieces of stealing a civilized people's identity. And the fact that in their mind, like animals, like any animal, like a man or a woman, there is some sympathy for a person, for the murderer. Yeah, you mad because you killed my animal, you stole something. I'm mad. Yes, but at the root of it, the compassion comes in because we know we're not the creator. There's a difference between man and male, woman and female. And so if one of our young get hurt or snatched, whatever, are we sad and angry? Absolutely. Is we despairful? Absolutely. But we stop and take a break for a minute and we, the Most High, because He knows best of all things. But when you're in that animal state, animals don't think. They just gonna bite you or kill you about their young. There is no hold up. Let me think about this real quick. There is no inner holding justice messing with a lion's cub. You know what I mean? It's just not going to happen. You could try it. You know what I mean? I would not recommend it. And this is why we preach to the planet. Men and males are not the same. Men control males. And women control females. Men and women dialogue about our interactions with other males and females, and the wisdom with other men and women. Why? Because man and woman are made in the image of their creator. So whatever you're trying to look like today, you definitely don't look like your creator.
Which is very rare, and we don't see it very frequently, but it essentially normalizes the space.
See where they had him at? You see that triangle? Let me see. Hold that back.
Between different religions.
Hold up.
Between different religions. And in our times and in our world, that's very important.
See how they got it?
Many global challenges were raised at this Congress, and the pandemic was one of them. Some of the participants said that the pandemic has clearly shown how connected human beings are, stressing that this is something many seemed to forget. Galina Polonskaya, Euronews, Nur Sultan.
Beneliska?
This is why she was.
One world order, right? We got that in. Now, let's go here, brothers and sisters. Let's go here. Let's go here. Let me open this up for you. Open this up for you. Alrighty. Remember, there we go.
Saying peace. Heavenly Father, we thank you for waking us up. We thank you for waking up the people who's watching this video. We ask you to protect our family, go to and from the destinations. We ask you to protect us from ourselves. We ask you to protect us from your enemies. We ask you to protect us from our own enemies. We ask you that you help us and guide us through these trying times. And we just pray that you have a wonderful day. By the power of the Holy Spirit, I come to the powers before me and after me. We say thank you. So y'all. This one, I call this the crown.
Cross.
The
cash.
and the cash.
Oh, the crescent and the cash.
It's a box. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. In our science and stuff, which is called square the circle. And that's why you notice on your money, let me see if I can find a dollar bill real quick. It has everything to do with it. They circled the square. So now we're going to turn the circle back into a square so we can talk about the cross, the crescent, the cash, and the crown. And you can see all 4 of those boxes in there. But you can't see it because the Iblis and Satan got you tricked. These false prophets and the false Jesus thing and Muhammad's the last messenger, you know, that right there, just put a bolt over your ceiling. You know how the young boys say, you know, I need to pop the ceiling. Well, you just covered your ceiling all the way up. There's no way you're getting out of this one. The crown, cross, crescent, and the cash. This right here is what the devil uses. This is what Satan uses. This is what demons use. This is what wicked men use. This is what black, white, all different types of people use. That's why it says, the love of this is the root of your evil and the fuel for your heart's desire. And because you love this more than the Creator who created all things, then everything this has to offer will rule you for all eternity. And there won't be no light, because there ain't no light in this. The only way this gets light unless the sun, I put it to the sun. Let's not show this to the Son of God, I would never see this, literally. And he said, well, show this to Jesus. You're still waiting. You're like, well, Jesus. Shit, nigga, late. Well, I never do a Son of God. As far as in the flesh, right? Okay. No light, still waiting. So I better go to the real sun, get your suntan, and get your pineal glands boosted up, and get your existence boosted up by the real Son of God that gives you the nutrients. So, we're going to go to the crown. That's the law of the land. That's the law of the world. The British crown, the king, the queen. That's so when you say what governs the planet, what governs the cash, what governs what's the government in this religion? You say, all right, let's make a connection. Let's make a connection. Check this out. We're talking about the crown. Now let's go with the cross. Now, you see this what it says? The system Bible study. It didn't say the Torah or the Tanakh. Hold on.
All my fucking books is gone too. That book is gone. Complex Society. Shit. Torah. Well, we need that.
Man, I'm pissed off. I'm pissed off. I can't find my Tanakh. It might be at my sister's clear. So, but anyway, back to the Bible system. So, your Bible students didn't get this. Like the slave didn't get this. The slave couldn't read this. He had no clue about this. I don't care what slave it is. We ain't gonna stay on this over the black slave and the Atlantic slave trade. Brothers and sisters, research the Pacific slave trade. That's another story. So in this system that y'all complain about, and I'm going to use the modern language. I'm not going to go into the original language of everything. It seems like y'all don't want to get that. So we have to break the spells of what you're under. And we're talking about a sigil that you're under. The sigil is the crown, the cross, crescent, and the cash. And when you put that in a circle, it's called a sigil. And that's why you're doomed unless you break yourself out that sigil. And this is how I'm teaching you how to get out this sigil. You have to do this on your own. I can't do this for you. But this is my job. Alright? But also, if I got some extra glasses, something would be nice. I need some glasses. So, we get these on anyway when I'm speaking about it. Now, when you go through this system, right, and it shows you pictures, see, it programs the teacher first. See, the master programs the professor. Who gives the professor his power, right? So the professor has to program you with some of these pictures with the people that's not really in there. And so you have no, even if you are pale skin and whatever, even your own people lie to you. I just want to let you know that. No. So if uncle, whatever, who was a devout Catholic was doing this and that, and he told you it was about white power and Jesus and the pale skin Jesus, more likely he told you a lot of stuff was true. But also he told you that he was perpetuating hate and falsehood because he lied to you and said you taught your children that Jesus was right. I'm using your language, so I don't like using black and white people. I've never seen them before, I'm just being honest. But for the sake of this conversation, back to the cross. So now we're going to nail you to the cross. Bang. So now this is taught all over the world, and you brothers and sisters that's in Africa, see, y'all not getting this version. So it's my job as your big brother, all right, as my brother's keeper, I'm going to free you from this because I'm crying over here when I see millions of you brothers and sisters are being subjugated to this system. And y'all need us over here to help y'all break y'all out of the system and help each other to break out of the system. Y'all got the numbers and the might and all the other stuff. That's another question, another situation too. So now we got the cross. Now we got the crescent. Bang. See, I use my books. You see the tapes all on it. I research and stuff. See how the Quran fall apart. See, the average Muslim, he freak out about this book. You know why? Because he don't practice it. So now we had the crown, the money, the law. Those are the law books. I got some law books. So the law books is the crown. All right. The Bible is the cross. This is the religion part. All right. This is the beginning of the psychological warfare part. All right. Now the crescent what this does, the crescent is like the creator of civilization. So now they're re-civilizing you according to the celestial stars, moon. They got you worshiping the crescent moon stars. And then the guy who's the only prophet that the creator is ever going to make again. So this is what this author says. Now the contents in the book is beautiful. The contents in the book is beautiful. If you can decipher the codes on how it keeps you keeps your soul bound. Because you wonder why they kill each other. They kill millions of people. They kill the millions of people. So once again, you see, I put my books to use. I read them. I study out my books. That's a big fault. You know, our average fake Muslim, he would put more emphasis on the condition of a book that you're supposed to read and use, opposed to the creator that told us to put the stuff in the books. Now we got that. Then we have the crown, the crescent, the cash, and the crown, crescent, cash, and the cross. All right, we got that. So it shows you that. Cash, because you know, if you don't have no cash, you don't know nothing about your God-given abilities. You don't go to work for this. You're not realizing that you can create something with this and trade for a book that you know, but eventually, if you don't get this, you can't buy a book. But you forget that if you can take a piece of paper, right, just unfold it, right, make you a little paper airplane, right? Do you remember when you used to make the little airplanes when you was a kid? So this is what God was teaching us when we were children. You make your paper plane, right, and you fly it. You create with your hands and still get a book. And you forgot about that. A lot of you forgot about that. What can you do to trade? What if I don't want your money? What if you worked all year and you go to get your money and there is no money? What you gonna do then? Think about that. What can you do that to trade and barter with this new coming age that's about to come? What can you do? Are you an orator? Are you a caregiver? Say, like our parents are getting older. I might not, and your parents might be getting older, and I might know some stuff. I might not even want your money. I might like the way you make shoes. I mean, you may make bookbinders, because I may want a bookbinder. I might want a bookbinder, if that makes sense. If you got cotton, I might want a cotton cord or something. But the money that I worked all my life doesn't amount to that. Because you ever notice that you never, out of all the work you did, you never achieve your goal? Unless you give up a part of your moral character? You ever notice that? And if you don't, the crown will come at you, called the law. That's why this is called the crown, the cross, the crescent, and the cash. Now here's how they wrap you up, because they took this out of the moral fibers of the house. This right here is the tool to destroy every man on the planet. If you can manipulate these stories and what these women did to uplift the men and the young men, and even the men that was cowards in the community, after they see what these women did, they got up. But see, in this day and age, you like women beating you down. Oh, that's a woman, you gotta give her a pass. Oh, well, that's a woman, that's what they do, they gotta do. No balls, man. no guts. Because you get paid for glory, for face glory. How do you want to be a king and you ain't fought nothing? We're supposed to just hand you the crown because you want to be king. Because you said you're king, we were supposed to say, okay, how you doing? You ain't got no battle scars. You know, you ain't broke no ribs in this fight. You know what I mean? You ain't got no punctured lungs. You know what I mean? You ain't got no battle wounds, nothing saying that you earned your right to be a king. Since, for that reason, this is how they destroyed you. There's some wonderful stories. There's books on all the women in the Quran. There's books on all the women in all of the Gita. See, I put my books to use. This is another thing. This is a wonderful book to read. It was just as bad as the rest of these fuckers. Yeah, I got Dr. York's thing in here too. For you 5%ers and all that. We got that book too. Read it, put it to work. One of my elders gave it to me. I met in California. He put it to work. You know, people that I deal with, we get into these books and we take notes. We don't play with this information. You know, we actually get in here and we write in our books so we can learn something, leave something for our children and for society. But that ain't no different right here in this book. That book. This book. That book. Because you know why? Because the devil, Iblis, and wicked men who take that information and want to control and want to be God, and they create racisms and all these schisms and competition amongst humanity. And they get paid very good money for that, which I will call, where that term comes from, divide and conquer. That's what competition does. So I share with you, brothers and sisters, from all over the globe. You're not my competition, and I'm not your competition. There's nothing that you can give me because everything's already mine. And if I was born with nothing, I'm going to die with nothing. So everything between life and death, I'm going to share it. And that's my heart. And right knowledge and proper teaching. Because that's just the way it is. And life is good that way. But to wrap that up right there, all of them books, is this right here. Some small book. And some of the pages is gone. Yeah. Oh, no. You see? Oh, my pages is gone. Well, I can't find another book, but look up this subject. All right? A cultural experience. Okay, yes, what it is. Cultural experience. It's called Ethnography in a Complex Society. If I was a beast, I could take all that knowledge and write up a book small like this and influence maybe 1,000 people. And those 1,000 people will begin to evolve within themselves, and they'll begin to take 10,000. Before you know it, in the next 50 years, whether I'm here or not, this will be the new research, the new study, the new oracle of life. Because I've already simplified all those books into something small like this. You should have said what it says. One of the craziest things I read in here, it was called the theory of it says the theory of a cultural deprivation. You have to ask yourself, you have a theory to deprive somebody? Who are you? Pale skin? Colorful people? To deprive somebody of their culture. And what they here it go right here. Praise y'all. I got the page. Let's see if I can get that close. They have a formula for it. 1970. What year is this? And it works. I'm going to share something with you before this time. I don't want to go too much. The theory of cultural deprivation. First box. Inadequate cultural background. Box 1. Thank you, E-Man. I love you. Because he's in the media thing and they talk in boxes. And then when you put the boxes together, past, present, future, and you deal with each box, and then you put an audio to it, and you control that. That's another thing. Second box, fail to learn skills and values necessary. That's the second box. Underachievement and failure to perform educational skills. That's the third box. Now, if I know that you're adequate, right? As a people, I know you're adequate. I know that you're adequate. By nature, you're adequate because you're a star child. You are the people of God. I know you are. Me as the enemy of God, in order for me to destroy God's, try to at least, to make an attempt to destroy this God, I must destroy his people. And how do I do that? I make sure they become inadequate cultural. I make sure their culture is inadequate. That's the psychology of the crown, the cross, the crescent, and the cash. And all four of those make sure that your soul becomes inadequate. Next box. Failure to learn skills and values necessary. I'm going to pump drugs and alcohol and useless rap songs into your ears, into your mind. I'm going to give you high-price high-price dreams. I'm going to give you false words that don't have no meaning to nothing. Matter of fact, you'll say words in the mirror that means nothing, and you'll parade around your own city neighborhoods, and you'll argue with your friends over who got the best meaningless words, who got the best of nothingness. And we'll put a crown on them too, and say, I'm king of the South, and I'm king of the West, and I'm king of this, and I'm king of that. And don't even have this right here. No values, nothing. Gone. Out the window. Another box. Underachievement and failure to perform educational tasks. That is not the so-called black man or the colorful people in schools closing. Huh? You said what? The black man schools, the black community schools is closing or not? I don't know. Tell me. I don't know. I'm stupid. Because somebody keeps saying I'm crazy, I'm off my meds and all that. So let's see who's really off their meds. So don't get me fired up. Y'all, praise y'all. This is the spirit of y'all. This ain't even about me. Don't take my word for it. So underachievers. So now I'm a millionaire. I'm a so-called black successful millionaire, right? And I feel like I've achieved something. But like Bill Cosby, Michael Jackson, and everybody else, for some reason, failure to perform an educational task because now, after they die, they have unnatural children, male and female, of all walks of life, thinking that sleeping with the same sex is beautiful. And then actually believe that it's healthy. Actually believe that there's nothing wrong with that. And because we got cures for everything, we should have a law to go to crown that protect me as I poison my body first, then poison you, poison your community, poison your children, poison nature, and just put all this out on the planet. And because you get paid for it, and because you can get a business loan for it, you buy into this shit. Yes, all of you do that. No matter what color skin you is, all of you do that. Because if you didn't, I wouldn't even be talking. That's what you do. And so the theory of cultural deprivation. You got all this money and all this gold and fancy cars and all these women and don't even know that you've been deprived of your culture. You don't even know yourself. You're so rich and ignorant that you don't even know who or what you are. I'm a prophet this. I'm a messenger that. I'm a that. I'm a cool cat. Alright. So what they say, how does this theory influence observation and interpretation? Keywords: influence, observation, and interpretation. So how are we going to influence your observation and your interpretation of things with all this money and all these gifts and all these things that we started with, making sure that it was inadequate? See it go? Inadequate cultural background. Let's go to the next one. Test scores, school grades, evaluations by teachers, and failure to complete school are all selected in the basis of this theory. Furthermore, investigators know, investigators or people like me who are researchers. We research and investigate the cross, the crown, and the crescent. Oh yeah. And the cash. Forget about the cash. I love the money and I love my education and I just love. For all this information, I don't even know what love do. Cultural deprivation. Complex society. Ethnography. Human capitalists. Okay. Y'all not getting it out. Furthermore, investigators read that as this data is selected, it is also interpreted in terms of the theory. However, in the selection process, many things about the culturally deprived are ignored. For example, the language skills, unique to each minority group. The language skills. What's up, my nigga? Oh, that's my dog. Oh, that's my bitch. Oh, what about that? What about y'all folks who's Amber Rose fans? She said, get my book called How to Be a Bad Bitch. Niggas, for real? Does this shit work? For real? Y'all sisters want respect? And y'all reading books called How to Be a Bad Bitch? When has that been okay to even put something like that in a book? Oh, imagine all the men that she slept with, everybody that paid for her, whatever, and she writes a book on how to be a bad bitch. Who influenced that? How they did it? Because, for example, the language skills unique to each minority group. The skills employed to survive in the urban, ghettos. Man, what are y'all doing out there? What are y'all teaching out there? Because this is applicable. This is right now. This ain't something you gotta be initiated into. This ain't something you gotta all that extra stuff. This is why the Most High allowed people to give us this technology so we can bounce off each other. Because those of you are Bible thumpers, it says, I'm gonna pour my spirit in all flesh. You'll look up the soup, pour my spirit in all flesh. He said, nobody gonna have to teach you. He's gonna pour a piece of me in all of you. And whatever piece of whatever the God particle that is in you, if you don't feed that God particle, you're doomed. I mean, you don't have to pay for teaching no more. You can get on these things and get stuff from people like myself. And stop being so vainglory. Stop being so self-righteous that you think everybody's stupid because they don't get a big hat and a long scarf and big rings on their fingers and big churches and stuff. Let me just let you know, brothers and sisters. The ethers is my classroom. You can't put this nonsense in a building. It's not built like that. It wasn't intended to that. You can't, like most I told King Solomon, what you gonna build me to put my glory in? We share with you, what you gonna do to put our intellectual teaching in? You can't, this whole internet thing, this is our classroom. school is a necessity for all of us. And I learned from some young folks too. So I'm not so earthly good. I mean, so earthly, so high in the earth. I mean, in the heavens. I'm no earthly good. I'm not so earthly. I'm no heavenly good. And we hope that you pick up that package too. But let's get to it though. Urban ghettos and the stamina to endure difficult situations all tend to be disregarded. See, your ability to overcome is disregarded. They don't want that. They want the opposite of your gifts, of your beauty. They want the opposite of your Asiatic culture. They want the opposite of your God-given talents. They want the opposite of good. They don't get them good, don't get them no money. The ways of the Most High, reading the Torah and practicing these things, don't get them no money. And then they don't get you no money. That's why you do the opposite with them. The best social scientists argue the selection process is not determined by a personal basis or ethnocentrism, which is groups. A closer examination of this in most social science theories reveals that this is not the case. For example, the cultural deprivation theory leads investigators to ignore individuals who are culturally deprived and yet manage to succeed in school. And what about those from culturally enriched backgrounds who fail? Even more serious, there are at least two assumptions based on middle-class cultural values of this theory. First criteria for measuring school performance and adequacy of cultural background are the tests, grades, skills, and tasks of middle-class American school children. By these standards, most of the world is culturally deprived in need of enrichment programs. Must I repeat that again? They said that most of the world is culturally deprived and in need of enrichment programs. Now, who's going to provide that? The Crescent didn't. They're the one that created it. The Cross didn't. Because they're the ones that keep building churches and not schools. The Crescent didn't. Because when they did build the schools, they told you that you only had to listen to one person, and that was Muhammad. So after Muhammad passed away, everybody manipulated Muhammad's words and deeds and his culture and all that. And so now, the schools are defiled. The temples are defiled. In the cash, people were so, in the schools want to be Mr. Master Teacher, Master Scholar, Master Sage, and, our Master Priest and all this crap. And so the money behind them is great. And so, there goes that. So what is left? People, what is really left? But the truth. Us talking and researching for ourselves and building new teachers, new scholars, new theologians, new mathematicians, new temples. And it starts with this right here. So I gave you in the books. Does everybody think I like to read on Wikipedia? People think because I like, people got me in this little box, we have no limits. Oh, and last but not least, this is the
There's two parts to that. Check it out on YouTube. You see the link right here. See the icon, cash, crown, the crescent, clear image, because it's exactly what it is for real. That's true letter to the soldier's death, which is written by Clear Image, which is another one of our ideas. But we're gonna get to this. Trying to find my book. Here we go. Just want to show you something real quick. Where's the snake at? I had did something. I had did a piece. This is my books. That was some of our work we did. We got it in writing. We're going to prove it to y'all the family tree of the Greco-Roman gods, and how they mimicked their family tree in their society. We have it down to the science, the philosophy, the spiritual, the whole nine of their system. Black Jews. I just want to give you a little piece from the last portion. Alright. Remember, let's go a little further up. You know you're dark skin. 775 AD, Nehemiah reconquered the American Empire of Calais. Because who? It was the what? The Jews. Black Jews and Roman Jews. Romans had what? Was a metropolis. Greek was a metropolis. They had all types of colored skinned people in their what? Colonies. This is where colonialism was born in Europe, in Germany. And where y'all got modern Hebrew is what? Yiddish. Through who? Some of the people are more proud of Greek heritage than their own heritage. But the person that made this picture, that made this sign of their own heritage, other than their own heritage, because this is their heritage. These people are the same people over here. See Sylvanus, Toltexus? See the Zeus right here? That's Greek all day. This right here, when you put the U.S., here have the Sylvanus, like Maximus, Pluribus, Habeas Corpus. That's where you got Sylvanus, right? Latin. And Toltecs, us. Latin. Solomon the Builder. Even to try to get that in there between these two and the word Jewish in the history of Maccabees, you know they were dark skinned. And pale skin too. Nobody's disputing that. Nonetheless, this is a Canaanite, Edomite bloodline here going on here. And what people don't understand about Esau is the ones that's held whooping their ass. Even though Esau has some children with him, but nonetheless, Esau has a chance to repent too. When the spirit of Esau comes back, and the spirit of Joseph comes back, and the spirit of those who live righteous comes back. Just like when you see the spirit of what? The Messiah comes back. Or when the spirit of my messengers come back. Yes. So that's not there's construction there. But if you notice, you get to this part where it says Babylonian exarch Nazi Amar, ruler of Sumer, see, Babylon. Somerset, Britain, great Roman Jewish ruler, soldier ancestor, Swan Knight's barber, Hazkatzen. Alright. Ships. Where else we get? Back to Europe. Nehemiah. Godfrey. Alright. Antigone, bang. This is their heritage. In order to do this, you must know how to be what? A great merchant. Whether these was originally Hebrews or not, they traded it in the faith of Abraham for the faith of Babylonian, or now called the Babylons. I call them Babylonians. Anything that's the opposite of the Ten Commandments and the 42 laws of Ma'at, I call them Babylonians, the children of Babylonians. Because they were Babel, and then they wrote it down and put it in the Bible. And then after the Bible, technology taught them to put their power in the box. We're going to get to that revelation. When the dragon gave power to this and this gave power to that, the little horn came up, and now, look. I see the little horn as technology. For real. Because now that little horn is sprouting up with a speaker. Because if you take the horn, see what it says? The little horn. What is a cell phone? A type of horn. Your car, a horn. Your house alarm has what? A horn. The so-called black man and black woman's mouth is what? A form of a fucking horn, whether they singing or sucking on each other's private parts. And or sucking on cigarettes like me. Which I wish I can't wait till I fucking quit. Using my horn with that bitch. But at least I use my horn for this. If I'm any part of that horn or that technology. Alright, so they're home already. They're in their own heritage. You just gotta learn to mind your own business. If you don't know what it is, then ask somebody. And Callus, which is the promised land, to who? The black Jews and Roman rule. See what happens? Now, let me get this book real quick. Here he is. 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 That's the history, the genealogy of the black Greeks. Right here. None of these guys were lily pale skin. Not one. The region, the clay. I live in the mountains and I'm not dark skinned. But over time, because of the mountains, my DNA adapted to it. And because the sun only hits on this particular region at a certain amount. Because like this, I don't have to work in the sun all day where I have to be actual copper red. But I could be a yellow bronze or a gold brass bronze, light gold bronze. Because I do absorb the sun. In fact, I sun gaze all the time as much as I can. So, and they still call me black and African American and all that, and I get pissed. I am an Afro-Asiatic. My religion is a Hebrew Muslim. I submit to the will of the Most High. That's the religion of Abraham. That's what made the Most High Abraham's friend. Simple. Just don't add nothing to it. Don't take nothing away from it. That's what they said happened. I tried it, and I get the same results as Abraham. So it's like it works. Like this is not a magic spell. What if it is? I'm not willing to know any practicing any witchcraft. Alright, so let's get you over here. First book of Maccabees. Alright. Now this took place at Jerusalem and Alexandria during the fast of the reign of Ptolemy Philadelphus, king of Egypt, between the years 217 and 209 before Christ. That's the first book. So if we got to, let's see, now that's the first book. This is that's the index. This is the fifth book. Rewritten or later on found, you still have to give it 100 years. From the first book to the fifth book, you have to give it 100 years before the conjuring up of Jesus. Because it took 200 years to figure out how to stop this revolution. How did they stop Martin Luther King's revolution? How did they stop John F. K's program? We're talking about men, revolution against the injustice of humanity. We're not talking about religions and personal ideologies competing for educational supremacy. Yeah, that's the word for that. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about the Northern Catholics versus the Southern Irish Catholics. We're not talking about things of that nature. That's child's play, to be honest. We're talking about men of the planet who desire to live the image of their Creator, who He said, I made man in my image. It is us that are fighting for the ignorant. And the women who understand this concept are supporting and fighting as well in their way. It's just becoming benign that nobody's putting together, that it doesn't take that long to rewrite somebody's whole history. 200 years is not a long time. Not at all. Matter of fact, it's perfect timing if you want to rewrite somebody's shit. Because now you can add 2,000 years to that. Well, everybody thinks they're so far ahead in 2,000 years. Meanwhile, it's only been 600. I got that too. I was in jail, man, talking to a guy, and I asked him what year is it in this country, man. He said 1525. I believed him too. Because they wasn't overtaken by Roman calendars. Greco-Roman calendars or the Black Jew calendar, the Black King James calendar. And is in a part of murdering him. And many of these, though they died under the torture, never told a falsehood respecting Alexander, but some of them, being unable to endure the violence of the torment, devised falsehoods through a desire of liberating themselves. See, didn't have cell phones in the daily newspaper. So there was no, hey man, send this nigga over here real quick, man. They about to hang my ass, man. Get to round up the crew, man. I'm fucked. You wasn't going. Wasn't nobody coming in time, nigga. Niggas, Mr. and Mrs. Clowntastic. People who's from Africa, America, and I'm still waiting for that fruit basket or any type of dung. I don't care. Just bring me some any type of any type of manure or any type of dung, D-U-N-G, from any animal from Africa, America. I'm still waiting for that. That's why I clown anyone that says I'm from African American studies. You talk all eloquent, sure, you got that. But I'd rather be logical and talk like this than you can't get no shit from a place I'm repping. No, I can't do that. No. Because, like, when I go to the Hill District, right? It's on the Hill, it's a district, and it has its district, and people vote to maintain that district. They say, well, you go to Black America. You say, okay, all right, where's that at? No, Africa America. Yeah, that place. I said, well, I said, well, I want to go to Africa America. They said, well, we don't have that for you. They said, they get the Hill District. They get Cadillac Drive. They got the Hoe Stroll. Got the temple and the church. Goddamn, but you can't conjure up Africa America. Huh, okay. Hey, so Alexander Plot for murdering him. And many of these, though they died under the torture, right? Never told folks who were respecting Alexander. You bet not, because of respect of my name. But some of them, being unable to endure the violence of the torment, had to devise falsehoods through a desire of liberating themselves, asserting that Alexander and Extrolibus had planned to attack the king and slay him and flee to Rome. And having received an army from Augustus, who? Caesar, to march against the holy who? House, to slay their brother Antipater and to seize the throne of Judea. Not the throne of Judah. Judah's ass is already whooped. They destroyed the second temple. They took everything. The house, the money, the cars, the queens, and her dope fiends. Check that video out too, man. Check that out too. Took a queen and the dope fiends. They took every motherfucking thing. Which, I'm going to show you why I had to show you this, right? And the Holy House, Augustus, they came to Rome, they attacked, they took everything. Why? Because we had to come up with some shit like Jesus Christ. To keep from what? Being tortured. Remember that last video? We had to devise a stumbling block. You know why? Because to the Jews, to preach Christ crucified was a stumbling block to them. To teach Jesus Christ is this and that, they could never figure out why would they do that. The Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit is one. They were like, we're confused now. And so they all pitched in and built that same house or cornerstone or block on that premises that who? It was a falsehood. See, they would never tell a falsehood respecting Alexander. No, they wouldn't do that. But further back on Jason/Jesus, back in Maccabees chapter 2, I forgot what verse it's in, but I showed you another video. That Jason, Jesus, who killed his brother Ananias, who was a real Hebrew Muslim, for the priesthood. Literally, like your neighborhood or your community. Yeah, this was the priesthood. And that's why in my hood, I'm a priest. But people don't want to believe it. So in this priesthood, but it says, check this out, once again, but they didn't want to endure the violence and the torment. See, like my eyes got blocked. Like my face, I won't get stabbed in my eye. Domestic relationships from my family and shit that happened out in the streets. Going around whores and prostitutes and things, you know what I mean? You know, a lot of this shit is torment because we're in a society, right, that you better not say anything against who? The king or queen of England, the pope, the president, your mom, or the female, or like you better not, because this is what? Alexander's world, or the Greek world, the white man's world. Or this is the black world, or this is the African American way. You know what I mean? It's still those loyal to that never tell what? I'll show you. Falsehoods. Because that's the oath. See some signals? Those are oaths to not what? To tell falsehoods. Because if you tell the falsehoods in our Greek, see, this is Greek Romans. If you tell our falsehoods, we have to do what? Kill you. We can't have you breaking this 1,000-year program or 2,000-year program up. See, none of them can be in there. Let me put this over here. I'll just let you know right here. I was moving around so much. None of them can be there without respecting Alexander, Jesus, Jason, Rome, Jew, see? And see what they use to get up. And they went so far to hijack the name Jacob's daughter, mix it with King Arthur. See what I'm saying? See, this is the two. We jump from here to there. Jacob and Arthur. You're like, okay, this is definitely English, Dutch, Jew, Khazarian. There's another one, Goyal. There's who else they call? Ashkenazis is in this. The Polish Jews, when they mix. See, what people don't understand is this Jew or you or EU. See, when you take that J off of there and use it for original language, see, remember, the argument was, how can you say Jesus if there was no J? This is the funny part. When you look at through the wisdom of the Most High, Mother Earth. You look at through the wisdom, through the Most High, Mother Earth. didn't know that's dead. Damn, I didn't know that was on. Oh, snap. So now that's the connection. Current history. November 21st, 2019. Alright? It's here in America. These people came here. Alright? Willingly. These is quote unquote black people. People of color. Along with people who was not of color. Who just may have been slaves. First slaves. Call them white people today. See, because on one side of the spectrum, these people have some slaves called white. But on the English side, German, Greece, German, Britain, Ireland, Spain, a little further west in Europe, a little northwest, a little more pale skin. There's agreement for the other side of the fence, the more darker people. So that's how they can control the whole planet. It's called yin and yang. I'll take the yin of the life cycle, and you guys on the other side take the yang, meaning what? The left and the right hemisphere of the universal logic. Because the logic was put in who? Man. Through one man was many. Same thing with Jamaica. Out of one Jamaica came many. Or out of many came one Jamaica. But it was vice versa with this one. Out of one man came many people. And if you put them side by side, those make beautiful sound. Because nonetheless, that which was good is working into becoming a good warrior for the Most High. Yeah. Once we take that J, when we get the understanding of that J, when it was nowhere around, the word you, which would be different. It would be, now you find out that it was a Jewish community. Or E. Remember, I sounds like E. Says ew, right? Ewish. So now, what language would that be? And you'd be like, oh shit, that's nothing to me. And y'all don't see the magical spell. That's why they have a Kabbalah or box on their forehead. To represent what? Me personally, I think it's, what they don't know is Pandora's box. Meaning the taker of gifts. Something about taking somebody's gifts makes these people feel honorable. But yet there's a story behind Pandora and some other stuff, and the more ancient story of Pandora and what that box represents. I have that written down as well. So we have to make that connection. Alright, there's that book. I'll try to see if I get Jason for you real quick. That's the third book. Oh, here we go. Wow, see how Most High work, y'all? If this is Jason, you'll know. Yup, look at that. I just pressed the button, but I know I marked it. Check out what Jason do. Check out what Jason do, man. Look. Where the Jews have written unto you into the extremity of trouble. which came upon us in these years from the time that Jason and his company revolted from the Holy Land. Look, they revolted from the Holy Land and kingdom and burnt the porch and shed innocent blood, man. Jason's name was Jesus. They changed his name to Jesus. Where's it at? This is the one here. Slide the page over. Yeah. Jason, Jason, this is the third book. Jason's in the second one. This is the book here. Let me see, this is it. Alexander's kingdom. The Dagon, Azotus, they showed him the temple of Dagon. Oh no, I'm thinking that's the Dogon people, my fault. Apollonius, no. No, I don't want to do that. Come on, about it. Oh, Schnizzle. God damn, that was rough. Let's see, Docles. Zabdiel, the Arabian Book of Alexander's Head. So look, you can check this book out. Matter of fact, let me write this down. Let me get this. See if I can get that in there. Zabdiel. I'm going to try to get that in there too. Matter of fact, let me see if I can do this. See if it'll let me. Search. Okay, for Zabdiel, the Arabian, took off that motherfucker's head. So that confirms the prophecy of Ishmael, the seed of Ishmael. Because even though Ishmael is not Arabian, but the Arabians is an offspring of the Ishmaelites. Ismael, Isra, is the moon El, and the Arabians do something with the moon, so we got that. They're to be sheltered by King Ptolemy was exalted. No, I'm sorry. Okay, so the other we were exalted for Zabdiel. So Ptolemy was exalted because somebody else put that work in to cut off this black Greek Roman's head and sent it to the Ptolemy. And King also, Daidi, the third after, they which were in the strongholds were slain. Or slain one of another. God damn, they killed each other? What the fuck? God damn, niggas. Hold up, what the hell? Let me see. This is going on here. Okay, obviously it's a gift. The father who was one of David's officers, that makes sense. Alright, overseer of the priests after the captivity. Overseer 128 mighty men valor dwelt in Jerusalem. Chronicles, Nehemiah. Okay, let's see what's up with that. We gotta hit that, man. I gotta hit that. I got to. And their brother, the mighty men of valor, and 28 overseers was Zabdiel, the son of one of the great men. Now, look at this. What was the odds of this? This is how this Holy Spirit worked, man. What was the odds of finding this name here? What was the odds? Oh shit, look, I'm gonna pull it back out. Bang. What's going on here, fellas? This is why our videos are 2, 3, 4 hours. Nobody else is doing it like this with us. Nobody's doing it like this with us. Find one. Find one. That's what we say, debaters. Come on, let's debate. This is not pre-recorded. We ain't have to go call nobody and do nothing. We just said, okay, Father, thy will be done. In fact, the Spirit told me since Friday night, you know you got the other video to do. I'm like, yeah. Went out and had a couple sips. You know you got the video to do. I'm like, yeah. Lost my brand new motherfucking hat. I'm mad as hell. I done lost 2 hats. And something else, man. Not doing these videos when I'm supposed to. I'm seeing a pattern. When I get comfortable, I don't want to be doing these. I don't want to do these videos. It ain't because I don't get paid for them. It just, sometimes I don't think people really be like taking this shit serious. Or even if they all do or don't, it's like really none of my business, but shit. But it's that deal, Nehemiah. It's in the book of Nehemiah. So, there's a spell. There's some type of spell here. See, the word Nehemiah, why would they use an Ishmaelite and an Israelite in their Jewish princedom, feudal France? See what I'm saying? Confess him with his father. See, because feudal means to come together. So the Jewish princedom made a feudal with Charlemagne. So I'm just saying, I'm just putting it together. King of Saxons, okay. Namus the Duke of Bavaria. They did that too. So what I'm looking at is his first son, King of Septimania, called Theodoric. Theodoric Theri, Emiri D, Neboni, what all these names is, blah, blah, blah. Got together. And this idea is going to build their own version of the New Jerusalem. Or the new version of ancient Greece or Rome, or a combination. In other words, from the information they had gathered from the names that they're using and the power behind the name, when they inherited these names or took these names for themselves, they had got some power from that. We come down to priesthood and calling on the name of the Most High. Or, I felt you thinking about me. You know, that's what that comes in out like. Something told me you was thinking about me, or I felt you thinking about you, or for some reason, you was on my mind. That's where that comes from. Zebedel. God is my endowment. See what I'm saying? But guess what? When they use it, God is my endowment, they're not using it for the Most High Yah. They're using it for their Roman Greek gods. So psychological wise, it gives them some type of strong dopamine or some type of strong brain chemical that's illusionary, that's deceptive in nature. And that which is deceptive in nature soon acts out in violence. Because I can't let you know that I've used your holy names to justify my existence with my gods. Because I've seen how your holy names work for your gods. So I'm going to use it for it to work for my gods. But because your gods for you are good, and because I don't know your gods, you Hebrews, we're just going to use your patterns on the results of your gods with our gods. Monotheism is the gift of the Most High Yah with these holy names. Zabdiel. Allah is my endowment. Judas, encouragement. Bar-Abas, son of the Father. That's monotheism right there. That's one God talk. That's absolute language. That's the talk of life. But if I don't know you niggas, if you ain't from my hood, get the fuck from around here. Y'all come over here to the black and white paper. Cause everything over here to the left is black and white niggas. So y'all all colorful, red, white, and blue. Why you all colorful and shit? Over here it's just strictly black and white. You wanna come over here and fuck with us. So yeah, we took your fucking name, changed all the shit about you, right? And put you to darkness. And then left our signatures like this Yiddish, aka modern Hebrew shit. That's like right there. This lexicon right here lets me know that the devil is saying, I'm still here. The devil is saying, I'm still here. To call that modern Hebrew. To call that ancient Hebrew. And the fact that if you're going to claim anything of the people of the Hammer, who were Hebrew Muslims who lived the life of Abraham, their father, like Jacob, you wouldn't have killed Onanias III. You wouldn't have hijacked the priestly house, the house of Levi and Aaron. That's why it says in Revelations, you the seed of Satan. Because it's in the words. See this right here? The seed of Satan. See, we just read, I was listening to the Apocalypse of Moses, where the serpent, the devil told the serpent, let me just use your vessel. I'll do the talking, nigga. You just shut the fuck up. I'll do the talking. Don't think for yourself. That sounds like a smartphone, don't it? Don't worry about it. I'll wake you the fuck up. Just stay stupid. Sounds like the modern day black female and black male. Just shut the fuck up, cause let me do it. if you do it yourself, you think you the shit. If you do it yourself, we ain't got no use for you. You too smart. You figure it out yourself. Oh yeah, they go evict. Yeah, let's go get them. You do it yourself. Let's rob a motherfucker. You do it yourself. Let's go hit on his wife and scratch the cars up and, you know, do it yourself. But long as you let somebody else do it for you, thus says the devil to the serpent. Speaking of why serpents is on the hats of Egyptians and other ancient leaders. Because the devil speaks to the serpent. Because the serpent comes and sheds his skin and goes through different terrains up in the trees or whatever. He knows some shit. He's up in the sky and the trees. You know what I mean? He's down on the ground too. So yeah, he knows some shit. So why not the devil say, listen here, serpent. Let me tell you something. Get his fire marshal bill on. Burn your ass right the fuck up, right? Tan you with his words. That's why I call him Satan. He say some shit, it tan the fuck out your soul. So yeah, what happens? They used the Hebrew, aka the serpent wisdom, and said, go to sleep. Let me put this modern shit. Let me speak modern for you. And so these people, right, as he says, A.D. Nehemiah, because they was there. I got the book. I got the books. And I was given information too on the ancient Polish Jews fighting against the ancient Nicolaitan Russians who wasn't Jews yet. We had no care for it. Yeah, Nick the Tsar. I think it was the third Russian king. They did not want them Jews, nowhere around his shit. And even in Poland, they was like, no, we can't have this shit. But somehow they won them over. And after so long, they went to Crimea. And other, what's that? That's where you get the Kardashians type shit from. Who else? Oh, shit. It's coming, because that's... Oh, I've been on mental break. Normally I have all this shit, like I can really shoot it right back to verbatim. But I prayed for a break, man, because I had 20 years of information just pouring out my shit. I mean, it all clicked with just had nobody to share it with. But now that we getting the proper responses, and we got some new experiences to confirm, so we getting back comfortable now, get back into our zone. But yeah, so whoever's talking out the serpent, meaning the one who's talking out the Hebrew, right? And it's a Hebrew Israelite. He's not talking his God is my endowment language. A gift of God, Zebediah, the name of what? 2 Israelites. Not Jews. Hebrew Israelites. Not Jew Israelites. Not Hebrew Jew. So how is the Jewish ruler, hold up, right here, how is the Jewish ruler using this? see the word magic? This is where Dopalicious.com. Fly paper. Cause I'm stuck on you. Cause you're my fly paper. That's why I'm stuck on you. Cause you're my fly paper. That's a prayer. If you're gonna be a fly in this world, man, at least don't be fly. Don't be stuck on some bullshit. Let me repeat that. If you're gonna be a fly in this world, don't get stuck on some bullshit. Don't get stuck on gold shit, unless it's gold, but still it's shit. It stinks. Thank you for the confirmation, Father. So, this serpent is not talking, or Israelites is not talking. Something else is talking through them. How we know? Because we have no actual right here in America if the truth was actually had been revealed in 1779. And then you look, notice here, the Roman Jewish settlers of Calais, mean the Roman Jewish settlers of the Promised Land, right? So you look at this, the Greco-Israelites, the Greco-Israelite settlers of who? Judea, the Greco-Roman settlers of Idumea, Samaria. You know what I'm saying? These Roman Jewish settlers just changed their names from Persian Greco-Romans, Persian Greco-Israelites. Because you understand, Israelite means that the seed of Jacob, Jacob gets the name Israel because his children will wrestle with the word of the Most High. I have to understand the language with these names and what it means to be a Hebrew Muslim. There's a hidden rhythm, a hidden language codex in that. But here you get the real story. That's what you would hear. Jacob was cool. Supplanter. Alright? Jacob and Esau. He's a planter Esau. Look at that. Was a leader of the British Jewish settlers in Calais. So Jacob, the supplanter, because Jacob means supplanter, he supplanted Calais, like he supplanted Esau. So now they're justifying the Promised Land, which is what? America. And they're in what? Tuscan, right? Tuscan, Arizona. And I believe North America, right? See? A New Mexico. You see the Babylonian part in it? Baal, Mons, you know what I'm saying? So these are the imposters. See, I see the double talk. Matter of fact, here we go. We're talking about the devil's talking, right? The devil came, right? Quasi-Code, the white, the bearded priest, You know what I'm saying? Galileans, see, if Galileans was the promised land, there must have been another Eden to start all over. But somehow, the devil got into the serpent. So you go hear the word serpent, man. Worship serpent. I mean, spirit teachers, and a new Babylonian taught using German Yiddish as modern Hebrew. And they're using modern Hebrew vernacular as the same frequency as if King David himself was singing to the Most High using this vernacular or this heartbeat or this genetic frequency. That's how we feel the spirit of the lie in this language right here. Let's move on. So, remember we was talking about more of the hijack. Check this out. Alright. Minimize that. So we got that down. Chronicles of Nehemiah. It's in there twice. We got it with David. Boom. He's a wonderful guy. And he cut off Alexander's head. But they got him as Arabian. Oh, shit. I fucked that up. But this got him as an Arabian. Why not a Hebrew? You know why? Because the Aramaic was the common language. They couldn't say Zabadiah, the Aramaic speaking, the Aramaic speaking, So why didn't they call him a Hebrew Israelite? Huh? How come they didn't say Israelite or Ishmaelite that took out Alexander's head? He has an Aramaic name, aka Hebrew, took off his head. Now, let's get this here. What is this anyway? Alright, that's the book. Alright, so we see that this is in the books. Alright, so we know that's in the books. Let's see if I can find one more for you. See, we had some more, which is similarly the Arabian, who brought Antiochus, the young son of Alexander, who called you Christians. See, you see how they're tearing up the thing? Also to the three governments with the country of Samaria. That's the other 10 tribes. But here's where the whole thing becomes Jews. See, they're claiming, they're changing everything now. They already took Judah, right? They changed his name to Judea. Now they go to Samaria, finish off the other 10 tribes. But we flee further, we flee east, southeast. Okay, we see, what else is this? We know that Ishmael is somewhere around close, Esau, Arabian, Esau. But Esau, this is the children of Esau and the children of Ishmael. Same region, same family, same Shemites. And that would make sense because they're Isaac and Ishmael. See what I'm saying? So they did mix together. Isaac's children and Ishmael's children did mix. So you can understand, Ishmael was before Israel. Jacob. So you might want to reinvestigate that. Alright, so that's in for that. I was looking for my photo. Oh, there we go. Alright. Now, so note we were talking about Babylonians, right? So we know that in Babylonian writings, they were doing something contrary to Yahweh. We got that. See that? So these Babylonians, or these men from the east that came to see Jesus, the Magi, you think God is going to send some magicians conjuring up ghosts and demons from the east? Show you here. Inscriptions. I have the Babylonians and all them mixed into one world religion. There was something else I want to show you real quick. It was some mathematics. Ah, perfect. Thank you, Papa. I was glad I didn't have to go all the way with you too far. Now, I did this thing with the snake before I show y'all the purpose of this, and we'll go ahead and end this. In the beyond, or golden apple, snake woman guards them. How did the snake man get one to Eve? We know Lilith created Satan. Lilith and Adam were created from the earth, literally. Woman is not created from the earth. Let us say this again. Lilith and Adam. Lilith is something. It's a frequency, it's an attitude, it's an emotion, something, whatever it is. It came out the earth, literally. Like Adam came out the earth. And in these two earthborn items, the breath of life was given to them. In the beginning of that creation story, Lilith rejected the natural union. Like the black man and the black woman is rejecting what? The natural union today, called homosexuality. In the story. Alright. Next box. Now the seeds of this is now there is a unnatural nature happens where they have sex out of the sheer need for existence and power. Or this is where being androgynous coming at. Unisex, or I'm a male and a female. That justifies that, hold up. If all these men keep having sex with each other, there won't be no more. All these women keep having sex with each other, there won't be no more. So we have to justify androgynism, unisex. So if man is woman and woman is man, Male is female, male is woman. You know what I'm saying? I just got a little headache getting a picture of that bullshit. I did. I just got a fucking headache of that picture of that bullshit. So now, the nature of those babies, or what? Unnatural. The Most High didn't create that. And this is how you see the seed of Lilith. And when you have half man and half beast ideology. Everything that's unnatural, sexually made, has something to do with Lilith and her creations. The female creation. This is not a woman. And this is how the serpent got to Eve, because it took a atomic feminine energy to get her to persuade from her connection to the Most High through her atomic energy, which was Adam. And it was only through the wisdom of her being watched and being made that Lilith was able, which is the devil, was able to go into the serpent and speak to Lilith to get her to turn against who? Adam. Because that's what she did. And if you read the story, Lilith did not want to be subdued by Adam. She felt that they was 100%. Moses said no. The way you mate is the way you're programmed to mate. It has nothing to do with being on top or bottom. This is just the way I created you. And she rejected that ideology. She rejected that nature of, or that concept. This is how I want you to have sex. She said, no, I'm not doing that. She rebelled. And so she had what we call immoral sex. And so she created her own race on the planet. Understand that it's a female, it's a you know what? It is a woman, I'm sorry. Lilith is a woman, but not a woman from the flesh. She's a woman from the flesh of the earth, dirt. Like Adam is the man of the dirt. She's a woman of the dirt. So she's not stupid. Let's just get that off top. Alright? Because Lilith is a woman doesn't mean she's no smarter or no dumber than Adam because he's a man. They're both made out of the same substance. Alright? And he said, be fruitful, multiply. And she said, fuck you, not with this nigga. I'll multiply everything else you made, but not with him. I can conquer these things. He's not going to stand over me. I'm not, you see what I'm saying? Because the modern black female does that today. The modern white female does that today. And they teach the quote-unquote African females that come to America this bullshit. The quote-unquote Asian American, the German American, all these other countries, people, their women and females, when they get here, as soon as the white and black people touch them, it's over. As we get the Jinn Man, the Phalem, giants, Gergesenes. I think I got it written down, Matthew 8, 3:34, something like that. Jinn, smokeless flame, Surah, Revelation, Satan. To pray to the people. Let me see. Fire Egyptian looking for, okay, staff or name. Anyway, so Eve is got the snake in the tree. We got the snake in the tree with Israel, with Moses. I'm gonna show this for a reason. We get to the end of it. The snake, Eve, clay tree. That's one. The snake, Israel, clay. That's two. That's with Moses. Moses was on the snake was on the staff. Remember? And now, on the cross for the church, there's a snake. Or sometimes they may use not a dragon, but they use a snake. They don't use dragons. Now, look at this. I've already wrote this from a prophecy. I was just writing. I had no clue what the fuck I was writing, family. I had no clue. Here is the Jubilee part of this video. If anybody's been watching, or if anybody that watches this, man, this is the Jubilee of this video. Remember, the snake in the tree, the snake on Moses' staff, the snake stuck on the cross, and now the snake on the stripper pole. There might have to be a fourth one. This wasn't, the stripper pole part didn't come in until I think last month. So, tree snake, staff tree, cross, stripper pole. Right? Get that picture. Get that picture. Matter of fact, I know what I'm going to do. I know exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to get an up-to-date picture with it and put it next to it, because I ain't going to be flipping back on do all my shit like that. I ain't doing that. Alright. Well, we'll send that up there. Alright, we'll send that up there. Yeah. Check this out. Bang. Freaked me the hell out. The cross, the crescent, this all has something to associate with the Greco-Roman Jews, black Jews, that represents the crown. And for them to fight and have this type of weaponry, they definitely had cash. Wait till I show you where they found it at. Straight up. Oh, I gotta dig something on my ear. She itch. Hold on, y'all. I got these scissors in my ears, and I don't want to talk and jab my shit and be mad as hell. Alright. Now check this out. Let's get to the history of it. Check this out, fam. I just got this from Lights, Camera, Action off of YouTube. What it is we go through each other's research, right? And there's something we don't know. We research it more. At least me, I confirm stuff. I've already got all this stuff written down. I told y'all in other videos, all my watching videos and staying up for days and putting things into practice, I've already written these things down years ago. And so I'm just making sure I'm not fucking crazy. You know what I'm saying? What's coming out my mouth and how I'm feeling and what we share with people. Just to make sure I ain't motherfucking crazy, man. Like real stuff. So lo and behold, right? I don't want to eat that now. Let's put the rest of these cookies. My man come up with this. It's called, well, I sent you the video already. Now check this out, right? Let's get to this shit. Freak me out. Look at that. I'm going backwards because this is where it started from. You see the guy's emblem right here. Check him out. He has wonderful information for you to research. New York Times, Sunday. Today's Sunday, right? Not coincidence. December 'Arrival of Roman Jews. I see a pattern here. Kanye is not crazy. Y'all not seen a bigger picture. Everywhere they go, this sums it up. But it ain't about that. Look, New York Times. Well, look. Crosses and crescents. The cash and the crown. Look at that. Latin, Masonic. Told you. The crown, the cash, and the crescent. Now anybody who research know that's the Roman Club 400. CCC. Let's get that in. Oh shit. crosses, and crescents. Real newspaper, real date, time, emotions, clergy, and yo, Most High is awesome, man. Most High awesome. I would never put this shit together myself. Hell no. Even now, you're right. Oh, see that Masonic? I got another one for you. Here we go. Masonic emblems. Come on, man. Isn't that being in a fraternity or sorority, is that not a Masonic characteristic? You know, bring Latin and Hebrew scriptures so you got Roman Jews, Hebrew, what? Jews. See that? See, that's the common dip right here. Hebrew, their face, Roman Jews. That's it right there. That's the whole square right there. That's the whole square. So I'm gonna edit some shit here. Let me see. No, I don't want to fuck with it. Nope. No, me fucking with it. Cancel that shit. Me fucking with it. Masonic emblems. Masonic emblems. I took the pictures for us so we can read it. The combination of Christian cross, remember I told you? The cross, the Muslim crescent, see what I'm saying? The candlestick and Freemasonry emblems have imposed a heavy tax on the credibility of investigations. But the appearance of having been covered and embedded in stone by natural processes has puzzled skilled archaeologists. See? The hustle, cross, the crescent, they got the money, so you go to money. And the English crown or Freemasons, there it all go. Markup, yeah. show y'all something. That was some bullshit. What just happened here, man? Dashboard. Shit. I just want to make sure I'm on the same page as y'all. For real quick. Get rid of that. Alright. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Yeah, so we got all these videos out here. Like, if folks knew me, they didn't know me, they just know my videos. Cause this is what I am. This is who I am on my videos. This is how I live. So it's like, when I ain't making videos, oh, they made me remove that bitch. Man, that was a heavy one right there. That Delta Lambda experiment. But a Fox film wasn't that serious. But they know I'm not, I don't get on here preaching hate. Here we go. So here is the prophecy of Cash the Crown and the Crescent. I'm going to play that for you. This is part 2 before we end it.
Who's watching to the end of it? I just had to show you this. Praise y'all. This is a good part. This is what I like about those. You see the folk, those that watch the thing to the end. Let's show you something. Now, we get set. We're talking about the cross, the crown, and the crescent. Alright, now you get set. And this is true history in Egypt. They had the God set. Now, in the computer system, right? Check out IBM is coming up next. And it's set. And so this is demon worshiping, right? So now, another set. Where's the other one at? Alright. The 3 C's and what? Look through yourself. The set command. So even though the devils and the demons is in this computer, we have to understand the language that they speak. The language of the Most High, the Torah and things like that we may get this. See the set command in the 3 C's, the crown, the cross, and the crescent. We see the CCA, the crown, the cross, and the athletes. You know, or associations. You see that? See, this is the tricks that y'all don't know when you these be in plain sight. But if you're not using your spirit, you would never get it. Show you another one. One more. That's what I really want to show y'all too. And now you have the Temple of Set. You see that? So now you have to ask yourself, what have you set your heart desire on the cash? Where have you set your heart on? The cash? Woo, cash, money. Have you set yourself on destroying the minds of our children? In the harmony of men's hearts and souls? Or you bent on manipulating humanity? That would be kind of jive, wouldn't it? Or do you want to use the square and the compass to build prisons in the souls of people? Or you want to systematically hang people on your cross? Ooh, that's pretty gruesome. Well, you know you did that. You impale people on the crosses and stuff like that. You know you did that. So have you set your heart on that? Remember the second man. Hold on, let me see, I forgot that. Let me get the second man. Okay, I got my phone locked down. Hold on. This is the good part. That's the best line of people that sat around with me. We're at the temple of Set. Where you set your heart. Okay, and then we have the subcommands of the set command. So, where do you set your heart? Do you set your heart on materialistic things or the word of the Most High? Do you set your heart that there's only one prophet, and that's Muhammad, and he was the last prophet? Have you really set your, were you ready to set your whole heart on this? I got to know. We want to know. You know, really, I'll be honest, I set my heart on the words of the Most High. I set my heart on truth and harmony. And how I find out by looking at nature and stuff. So did you set your heart, is your mind set on the crescent? That this crescent and star is telling you that Most High said do not worship. And even in this book it tells you do not create yourself any sects. Meaning, S-E-C-T-S, sects. It tells you don't do that, but yet you have all these different Islamic things. Now, come on, hard-headed, come on, not too bright, but, you know. But they have a set on that. So, ISIS, whatever you want to do, even if it's them, anybody who's claiming to be Muslim, so you set on that. Or you set on manipulating the spirit of people, the meditation of people, or you want to, or your heart set on poisoning the body and the mind when it comes to meditation. Wonderful information. Unfortunately, you just got wicked men that manipulate these things. Or you set on destroying the woman and women, or you set on destroying men because you forgot how to be a woman. Was your heart set on that, or is you set on the, or is your heart as a preacher or a teacher set on destroying? Come on, a woman can't teach the people. I suggest you get this book, Women in the Bible. For all those that said that the women should not teach. If a man is out fighting, a woman better be at home teaching. Because she needs to teach the children what the hell I'm fighting for. My daddy died. He died for a bag of weed. That was your mama taught you. Think about it. Everybody that died in your hood and in your country, while your family, while your father was out fighting, while your brother was out fighting, was you teaching something? Was you teaching them why he died? And this is what I'm doing. I'm teaching you why we died. And we're dying right now. Somebody is dying right now. Somebody is being tortured right now. And you will not teach your siblings and your family in your own house why. But you tell me I'm broke because I ain't got $1,000 in my pocket. Or because I'm catching the bus. Or because I can't afford dental work. Or because I can't afford this to put a glasses or eye whatever. But you'll call me broke. You'll call people like myself broke. This is really impersonal. This is for people who is like me, who is very intelligent, who just sit and wish they could go out and expound some of this stuff with people without being spit on and being locked and set up. because your heart is set on being wicked. And then when one to Lucifer, like you're pure wicked, meanwhile he laughing at you too. He's the one, he's making an example of you dumbass. He's the one telling you, you can't go see the Most High because you're wicked. That's why he don't want to bow down and serve you, because you're wickedness. And last but not least, my favorite book. I had to put this thing down. This is the book that seated every academia in Harvard, Princeton, Stanford, Brigham Young, Yale, Berkeley, USC, any reputable college on this planet read this and researched the men and the mentality of these men. Right here, the great dialogue Plato. And I suggest if you are
All right, fam. I'm not get up out of here and mess with my TV. I got a restricted vision. I didn't answer my phone. I don't know why. We gonna come. And he ain't even called me or nothing, man. Like, what the fuck is this, man? I don't like that. Obviously, I didn't answer. You know what I mean? I'm busy.
You need the Torah, which the word of the
How many
Most
minutes
High,
is left in this?
according to your process of your will. You need that. And just
It's not
pray
that
for
long.
wisdom and understanding and the permission. You'll be amazed how
Let's
simple
see.
this is. And you're paying to complicate your own life. And I didn't go to college for none of this. I just learned not to be selfish and listen to your pain and the cries of your children. Let me tell you something. When I was a child, my dad's changed for the most part, I'm sure. I love him. If you watching his dad, I love him. Pops. I never told him this, but I'm gonna tell this to y'all. My dad used to be a successful pimp. And what I mean by successful is he's still alive. And I'm alive, and I'm able to talk to you like this. But I mean successful in the word success. Look up the word success. But he was in this life, he was a successful pimp because he was able to change his life and do something better.
Shit.
So he turned.
All right, now when this goes off, it's gonna be maybe about a 10-minute space, if that. Cause this is first really, or I should have did this yesterday. So we're gonna try to balance this for the sake of this guy's time. Even though he didn't tell me he was coming, but I'm doing this because I'm not done. So let me have it'll be about a 5-minute break after this, or a 10-minute break after this. All right, come on, come on, go downstairs. Go.
That was music back in the day, baby. Yeah, but I was a buck, man. Listen to that music when the babies was crying, man, because I had to keep an eye on these babies, man. You know, so I know what it's going for. And this is why I forgive my father. This is why I forgive your father. This is why I forgive my people. This is why I keep telling you to stop calling yourselves blacks, African Americans, and all these names, because that is your demise. So till next time, like I always say, if this makes sense, share it, tell the people, cultivate it. You can try it, it's good for yourself. Anybody can do it. You know, it doesn't take a special nothing. Just take an hour out your day, 20 minutes out your day. You look at something different. Not be selfish, you know. But if it makes sense, share it. But like I told you, if it don't make sense, and you can't apply it, and it don't work, let me know, and I will not make another video. I will not talk to nobody about these items. I will not speak about the Most High, which is not confirmed by Him and His Spirit. And If it doesn't bring good health, sound logic, I won't make no more videos. I'll quit. So we love you. Peace and shalom.
Alright, alright, alright. Whew. Better drink this water slow. Shit. Alright. Alright, where were we? Yeah, we asked for your come from your spirit. Bring back the peace of mind that was just in. Before we was interrupted. Alright. Okay. So, y'all see, I already did crown, cross, the cash, and the crescent. 2 parts. The combination, see? That's the combination. What the world is under, called Babylonia. Okay? This is the new Babylonia, the mystery schools, or the which I don't see. This combination that controls the souls of man and woman, along with the devil who speaks to what? Through the box or through the serpent, or the entertainment world speaks through what? The black man and the black woman. How we know? Because you entertain the world with who? Or not who, what? Sports. You entertain the world with violence. You entertain the world with lewd sex practices. You even entertain the world on competition on how to outdress, how to be more ignorant. We're just telling you about the combination and how the snake uses things that are opposite of the 10 Commandments and the 42 laws of Ma'at to speak to you. This is the combination. And it says, has imposed a heavy tax on the credulity of the investigators, but their appearance of having been covered and embedded in stone by natural processes, puzzle skill archaeologists. But nonetheless, these people imposed a heavy tax on the investigators of this information. What they got here? Notice interpreted, describing conflicts, Roman Jewish kingdom. See? In Southwest, Toltec Indians, Aztecs, with them big ass heads. And why you think Egypt is in America and America is in, you see what I'm saying? Inscriptions, Kalalis. Alright. See, they're using Jacobus, Israel. And look at how they spell it. Instead of saying Israel, they spell Israel. Israel, the first, and Israel, the second. They typed that right. God wouldn't let them tell them the truth at the time. But it wasn't until later when they caught it, said, oh shit, we spelled it wrong. Somebody spelled it wrong. These guys are not stupid. And the editor for New York Times, he know how to spell. Next one. It's discovery. Something else I want to show to y'all. Now check this out. Remember I told you, I showed you the serpent? Hold on. Connecting the cross arch with a serpent entwined overall. This cross also contains the Hebrew script and several religious symbols. Oh my stars. See? Right here. Serpent entwined Hebrew script. Serpent, snake, 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 entwined, church. Who? Satan, Jinn Man, smokeless flames, Araman, Alawites, worship of sun and fire. Men have souls, women don't have souls. But this is a particular race. And this serpent, for some reason, stays in the life of the man and the people, or the genetic code is being followed. Genealogy, genealogy, genealogy. Now the cash, now the fucking stripper pole. How we know? Because he says, the Hebrew script, many religions, the crescent arm, reminder, hold on. Hold up, where's the other one at? Totec, anything that's not that. Hold up. Hold up. The serpent. Five completed crosses, one unfinished cross, numerous symbols and historic nature, the cross with the crescent, entwined with the serpent, the cross and the crescent and the crown, entwined with the serpent. Because the Jews got what? The bank or the cash or the green money. You know what I mean? Entwined. Let me talk. Do not move but the money. Bullshit. Cash talk. Bullshit what? How much power do y'all give this cash? How much? I just want to get you back up there real quick. Just get you back up there real quick. Just get you back up there real quick. I just want to fulfill that prophecy. Let me get this out of here. So y'all see, we've already proven this. Alright, we've already did this video a while ago. Years ago. Just to get this weekend. So we just want to give glory to the Most High Yah for confirming His messengers. Now we get back to the nature of this. Oh shit! I guess I can't make it that big. Okay, I can stretch it though. I can stretch it. Stretch it. Let's stretch it. Alright, here you go. There you go. Stretch it down some more. That way we keep it one funky. So now that we have that confirmation from the New York Times and archaeology about our writing that we got from the Spirit of the Most High to confirm the crown, the crescent, the cross, and the snake. Y'all keep worshiping. (775 AD). So this is before the 1700s. This is before the 1600s. About the transatlantic slavery. I'm not arguing about slavery. I'm not talking about that. We're talking about the travels of man across this planet and his steps being erased by mankind. Moses said, I made man in my image. He didn't make nothing else in his image. He didn't make a black man or a white man in his image. There was no man tall, man short, man success. It was none of that. It was just man. So what else we got here that's important? So Theodorus was the ruler of these European adventurers and was a brave fighter and a man of courage. So that right there lets you know that this Roman, Greco, Jew was a ruler over here in this country and occurred under the auspice of using Jacob. They used magic. That's where they have the Kabbalah. Until the year 900 is a chronologically complete through the entire period of their existence in America. So we'll let that. But it has been concluded that these Europeans were exterminated by the natives who it appears harassed them and made war upon them from the beginning to the end. Let me share this with you. Mark up. Uh-oh. For some reason, my screen messed up when I showing this. Straight up. That's crazy they did that. Because the computer knows and the system knows when to fuck shit up. I don't know if that should. I want to see what's on my TV on the screen. I can't see. I don't see if I can see those little blue dots. Yup, it's on my screen. Let's see what happened when I started to tap in to more of the truth. But it says Europeans were exterminated by the natives. In this record, alright, the end was approaching. The record does not make clear just what the end was, but it has been concluded that these Europeans was exterminated. So there wasn't pale skin, huh? Because these Europeans were not who you think they were. These might have been the furry ones, the wild men, when they were called down south rednecks and things of that nature. Don't get me to lie. Look it up. Look up research the Moors and the wild men. Matter of fact, let's do that right now because we don't want anybody upset. Let's do that right now. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. The Moors and the wild. Let me put that back here. Moors and the wild men. Okay. I did this before, but I want to show y'all again. Wild man and the Moors. Here we go. Wild men and the Moors. Here we go. Now, check this out. See what I'm talking about? Now, check this out. Let's go push your wig back. Bang. If this is what year? 1900. The Moors and the wild men, circa 14. Who are the wild men? Who are these Europeans being exterminated? Hold on. Peep game. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold up. Let me slide this over for you. Who was the savages? This is nothing racial. We're just giving you all the history now. See, this is why our videos is so motherfucking long. Who is the wild man? If we're if there's just kingdoms over here, and obviously you see the black king and queen and the black prince, and you see you got the black man with his bow and arrow, and the brown man with his bow and arrow, and everybody else, look, brown, black, brown, brown. In the crib, in the kingdom, with all these niggas with rocks, sticks, and stones, but we got bow and arrows. A picture paints 1,000 words. This is New York Times, Sunday, December 13th, 1925. That found an artifact stating 1900. That means we civilized, it took us from 900, took 500 years to civilize the pale skin. Teach him to shave his hair off and all that. And now, the nigger is the savage. And the savage is the new nigger. This is amazing, family. This is amazing, man. Facebook. I mean, I appreciate y'all for not cutting it off, but you see the history. You know, Hosea Omar. Wish I could change that, took that Bay off and put Omar on there. It should be Hosea Omar. If you want to find us, Google Black Ink. Hosea Omar. Clear image, clear ink. Hey, what's up, man? Good morning. Well, good afternoon. I'm shooting a video, so you want to sit there or you can call you back? Absolutely. I was hungry as hell too, yup. I'll call you back, Susan. No, I'm almost done. Alright, now, I don't know if you noticed, right? But down here, they got long fingernails on their feet. Where do you think the so-called black woman get the idea of having long fingernails on her hands? Yes. The wild woman. Everything that's made of a black entertainment is from the wild men and the wild women, and they literally spoke your savages ass up into existence. When they said you were savages, they was looking at themselves in you. And y'all literally exchanged bodies and heads. Straight up. And this is why the Matrix movie felt so powerful when it came out. This is why the Black Panther came out. Y'all felt so strong about it. This is why movies of violence, movies of horror, you literally became what God did not mean you to be by choice. This is the whole planet. All people of color. We just ain't about nothing about hating no color skin. We talk about you niggas. Cause you Moors than sold out too. You Moors than sold out too. Cause y'all promote and brag how you civilize these wild people. And in part of civilization, you had to stick your little pecker in one of their booty holes. I can't stop hearing this nigga in my ear now talking about, man, I'm gonna go bring me a bitch's booty hole out. And I'm like, man, this nigga gay. I ain't saying no names, I'm just saying, like, anybody that talks about banging some female in the booty, you'll bang a dog, cat, rat, anything else in the booty. Like, a natural, like, oh man, I think that just made my jaw hurt, I think. Something hurting, I don't know what it is, but it's some bullshit. So they got some more tapestry. Hold up, look. Notice it says 900, right? So let's go 1,000. Oh my. See, these are the black Romans, the black Jews and all that. See, this is who these are. Okay? That's who these are. See if we can find another one. Where's the wild man at though? Douche. Let's see what they say. What they showing? Look at that. Dutch even knows that. Remember tomorrow cultural deprivation? And the first cost, the crown, the crescent, the cash? See, they know because they deprived you of these facts. But don't jump on the bandwagon talking about, hey, we cool now. No, nigga, we ain't cool. We're just showing you some shit that you didn't know. About who's who here. Talking about the cart before the horse. Well, man of Europe. What's that? Check this out. Oh, snap. We'll go there you go. So when I tell you, come in.
Hey, Omar.
Yeah.
What's going on with those dudes?
Oh, they posed. That was the ones I was gonna have clean the back up.
Yeah.
But they talking about he won 1,000. I'm like,
Oh, what?
$1,000. I'm like, that ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, that ain't gonna. Fuck that, dude.
Yeah, I think I'll cut that myself.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, you still need drill, blades, right?
Yup.
Go down in the tool room.
I looked already. Can't find them.
There's one on the wall. There's a sawzall on the wall.
All that
Lay
wood.
on there.
Yeah, all that wood is gonna. We're gonna need a new pack.
I will go. I've just been real busy.
I'm saying it's supposed to be nice all this week, so you know.
My neck and everything. I'll try to go tomorrow. My appointment's at 9:45. So I'll go tomorrow. After that, I'll go to Harbor Freight and Tool and get some saw blades.
All right. Well, no, he really is. What it is? I remember doing a video. He actually popped up without my permission because I don't want him doing it anyway for doing that.
What is it?
I said actually he popped up without me knowing today because I ain't
What's
talked to him. The guy is supposed to.
Oh, it just popped up.
Yeah, I mean he said he called, but still you didn't talk to me. So that left a bad taste in my mouth anyway.
$1,000 fucking dollars is way fucking too much. That's a crazy fucking money.
Nah, I'd have paid him. I'm just pissed off he popped up. I'm in my session. Where we at?
So I don't know if I told you, my mom was a pack rat.
Hey, hold on. I'm doing a video, bro.
Oh, okay.
All right, now check this out.
Lock him, I'm taking him for a walk. Come on.
All right.
Come on, buddy. Let's go.
Okay, now woman, you see a wild man support coat of arms and the side panels of the portrait by Albert Dauer.
No, down here.
$14.99 Alte Pinacote Munich. Get away from my food. Now look at this. Really look at this. Now, if this is $14.99, right? This is $14.99. Info about the artwork. Let's see what this is. Alright. Silverman with heraldic shields. Oil Linwood. Send this picture, funny format. It's 1471. Boom. Web gallery of art. This side panel that represents two Sylvian men. Where did I see that word Sylvian? Remember I told you about Sylvanus? Right. That's in this. Sylvanus. Remember? Sylvanus are a wings to portray the Oswald Crow, the bear, the heroic shields, of the subject and his wife. Yeah. Agdon, they originally let the portrait be closed from the retro. One could imagine that despite the large dimensions, the painting was to be conserved closed. The present frame has been recently If that's his wife, ooh, that's ugly bitch. That bitch ugly, y'all. And, but Sylvian. Now, this is how I said, like I said, this is how this becomes a fucking marathon. Matt, search Google for Sylvian, man. Medieval wild men discovered by treasure hunters. Sylvian men, Sylvian clothing. What's the next one? Sometimes they don't think you can go that deep. $14.99. Or what I'm trying to do is give these guys a little more credit, because this says about the black kings and queens, which was Moors, Jews, Romans, Greeks. See, this is what I'm saying. This is the hijack. There was no pale skin history prior to year 1000. That's what they had to start off with. Jesus in the year 2000. They had to. Somebody made an agreement with these niggas. That's why the black people, y'all some niggas, y'all some motherfuckers, man. Okay. See, they look. These the motherfuckers that market the shit out this shit. I don't want no damn clothes. I need some more information. So we're just trying to find some more information, man. So we're having family history. Laborers, tennis player, Sullivan, right? Or C, it could be Sylvan, CYL, or CIV. Could they change the names? Don't get it fucked up. Mount Sylvan Grapevine, Artworks, Thane Sylvan, Part 3 of the Art, Silverman with her Durek, Book of Primary History. Let's see what that's about. I'm curious. PDF? I don't know. I want a PDF. Okay, let's see. The books of primal history. Can read a page. Okay, what do you got? What do you got? What do you got? Songs. Hold up. Alright, here we go. Something was wrong. Alright. Vesuvius. Where did I hear that before? Let's see, I might check that out. Hold on, folks. This Vesuvius, something. I wrote that down somewhere, and I can't remember. In one of my notes, I had wrote that down. Let me see what that says. Vesuvius. Oh shit, it's all up here. Vesuvius restaurant, research, meaning, reactory company, eruption. What's the meaning, Vesuvius? In Britain, English, volcano, Naples, Pompeii, okay. British Isles, Naples. Mountain smoke stem. Alright, so Vesuvius. Oh, the mountain smoke stem. So he's in England. Well, at this time it's called something else. I don't know. It's Vesuvius. Alright, what's next? Tomb book. Tomb book crash. Boom. I don't see anything of any substance. Alright, let's get back to what we was doing. Alright, what we got? Alright, let's get back to what we was doing. Alright. Guess we can leave that there. Cause alas, pale death. Everybody know what pale death looks like. Pale skin, pale death. That means you have no life in you. Same thing if you have no melanin from the sun from you. So sun along with things that are full of life or hand in hand. But something about pale, black, and death are synonymous. Just to give you a heads up on that. See, some of y'all got amnesia. You know what I mean? Amnesia is kind of common. And Afroasiatic global studies. All right. See, we talk about the whole planet. We don't talk about my little corner in the hood and my little corner on the planet. No. We talk about the whole planet. All right. What tree is that? Too many little puppy puff. We talk about the whole planet. Not the world, but the planet. Not the globe, the planet. But since the planet's surrounded by a globe, we're square to circle. We're circle to square. We're square to circle. The earth is square, the globe is a circle. I didn't know that. from looking down from it, you'll notice that you're the eye of that pyramid. Next slide. Now we'll get to that. We did this one already. What did we just do? Alright, that one. Alright, this one. What's this? Now this, we got geological facts. We did the Hokum's Indians. It says the oldest beings out of the Hohokums, or the great unknown tribe of Indians that inhabited the Southwest in prehistoric times. The veneer of the Hohokum culture is a considerable distance above the level at which these relics are being excavated. That's impressive. Now you know why they don't want you in Arizona, black man, black woman, Utah, Wyoming, anything on the West Coast, Southwest, even Southeast. All of your connections to this continent called America will reveal its face. And like this slide says, a time is going to come when, hold on, not this. This right here. The Europeans were exterminated. The wild men with long fingernails and long toes, who wore high heels like horses and animals because their ankles might have hurt it because they couldn't walk on their pads like their original form. It appears harassed them and made war upon them from the beginning to the end. So this is why white supremacy. Get away from my food, man. I'm going about my food, okay? This is why white supremacy is so much needed, because of that. This is the great secret about white supremacy, this right here. Nobody wants to know. Come on, fam. Y'all gotta think about it, this shit, man. Nobody in this day and age who's been told they're the greatest thing since white bread. Evolved from canines. Get away, man. Think about this, man. God did not create them. I'm sorry, folks. I'm not mad. I didn't make this shit up. God didn't create them, man. That's why it's easy to rape, kill, maim, murder, incest, bestiality, all the things that a man and a woman would find sickening is honorable to this genetic code. The people that killed Jean Ramsey, that's their DNA. Jeffrey Dahmer ate all them people, got them in his basement. That's the genetic code. See, part of the deal with Morris rule and Spanish rule, this was the deal. That's what they did. These jab motherfuckers here. What do you got? Original boogeyman. Red-nosed reindeer. What up? You black folks, worshiping Christmas, there's your magic spell. Here's your worship. Rudolph, the red-nosed reindeer, who should have a shiny nose. Rudolph, with your nose so bright, won't you guide my sleigh tonight? All the little reindeers wouldn't play with your monkey ass. Why, Rudolph? Here's your Christmas tradition. So having to pop up like that. Okay? Here's their culture. Black man, black woman, you don't have culture. So don't even say anything. You can't say anything bad or good about it. The only thing you do is drop your jaws and your jaws and say, hey, I ain't worshiping somebody else's shit. And I can't admit that I'm a fake Jew. Black man, black woman, you cannot admit two things. You're the first ones to wage war on God. And you're the first ones not to admit your existence evolve around somebody else's culture. Everything that is black Meet your daddy. Your daddy. Meet your daddies and your uncles. You are definitely a nephew of a monkey. Alright? Most magical time of the year with red-nosed reindeers and tinsel covered everything. In most Australian alpine towns, it is tradition for the men to dress up as Krampus, goat, demon, talking about the white man stealing black ideas. How many religious ideas you done stole? Black man, black woman. But this is not about a race or anything like that. We're talking about depriving a person of their culture and watching them live something or not. And they asked me, well, where's my civil rights at? How do you say that in the same breath? Ain't nothing civil about worshiping someone else's shit. You're a beast of burden. You'll never get civil rights. Worshiping my shit, you crazy as hell. Fuck out of here. Y'all know that nigga talk? Yeah, I done hustled all day. I can't hit my weed. Y'all know who that is. My friend that song, I got 5 on it, came out for. Now you ain't got 5 on it, mother, you can't hit shit. Everybody done brought $30 to the table to go buy a motherfucking zip. You ain't bring shit. Come on, let me hit something. You crazy as hell. You should have known not to come to the table. Good shit. Slovenia, slaves, carnival. What I told you, from clowns to what? Voodoo to clowns. Yeah, it went to voodoo. The clowns. What do you say? Carnival. Or what? Carnivals. See the blood? Carnage. Carnal thinking. Carnal living. Slavic. Slave. Customs. You live in a slave, carnal custom. That these people were exterminating. But this is their culture, so we're not saying anything bad or good about it. We're just saying we deprive other folks of their culture. You get these 2 things here. Let's get back to this here real quick. So, remember, at the beginning of this broadcast, I am Jose Omar. You better take this in. Save your own soul. It's good. Okay. Got that. Pre-Columbian. So we know the wild men were definitely not wearing looking like us. But here's what I want to show y'all. See? The serpent. Crescent. When I was looking at this again, the sun would be right here on top. That would be the natural crescent or the natural symbol of life. How nature, you know. And that's 12. That's in the noon. When the sun is down here, even though the crescent moon is still here, but it's upside down. Why? Because now this is up here and this is down there. With the clock, 6, 12, 3, 6, 9. It'll be 12. This will be 6. Because you go to cross of the 9, 12, 3, 6. And if you slide that sun to the middle, it does something. This snake this is what you'll notice. When this sun is at noon, the snake, I guess, came, I don't know. I guess it's the crescent, I don't know. But when it's total solar, sun solar, he's exposed. Because this is the sun right here. And he's pointed at 9 o'clock. Why didn't he point at Robert's tail, go up through here, hang out, and go from 3 to 9? But yet he went from 6 to 9. Or why didn't he spiral through all up to the 12? Or why didn't he spiral up to the 3? For some reason, as he's coming up, he sits up. He ponders on going up, if you know the nature of a snake moving. And of course, he gets up, puts his head up, looks left to right, sticks his tongue out. And he tries to go up and says, "No, I can't go no further." He goes up, looks to the right, he says, "No, I don't want to go that way. But I'll go over and I'll hang out over at this 9 at the east gate. Or was at the west gate?" So, there's just something that's going. I'm getting a picture from it. In other words, there's a lot of information by looking at these pictures. So many words that came to my mind. We're almost at the end of it. Now, here is the bottom of the other piece. Sorry that it's blurry, but this relic, see what I'm saying? The snake is going around, see what I'm saying, to the 9. See what I'm saying? You gotta look at it again. Keep looking at it. something tells me that the crooks of life start at the 9th day, which is consciousness, and the serpent, the vessel of the serpent, what comes out the devil's mouth, comes to the perfected mind or the perfected consciousness of man. Because it was at that hour that, quote unquote, the magician Jesus died on what? That cross. And each segment of that cross was a judgment till 9 o'clock came. And he sat up on that motherfucker and said, my God, why have thou forsaken me? When the Most High has never forsaken Adam. He didn't forsake Eve. He did not kill Adam and Eve. Fuck, he didn't even kill Cain. All of a sudden, he gonna kill his only son. Got some funny shit. And even Enoch, he didn't even die. Even though Adam and Eve died, but they died of old age. Enoch didn't die. But somebody came and told you that God had his son, and he died and resurrected. But motherfuckers did worse shit than that has nothing, you know what I mean? It's just illogical. It's just illogical. And for years and years, I've never tried to make sense of it, to be honest. Oh, fuck, might as well roll me something up again. About to get zooted. Let's go to the next dip. Go to the next dip. So here we go again. Hold up. Here we go. Damn. I can't show y'all. But here go that damn snake. What do you want? I'm busy. Look at that damn snake. Alright. Alright. See the snake? 9 o'clock. See the snake going around? 9 o'clock. Now look at these two relics. Praise y'all. See the snake on the cross? 9 o'clock. See the snake on the cross? 9 o'clock. How we know? Because the sun and the moon, because here's the story. There's information being handed down. The sun comes down. The moon falls a crescent. Here's a birth of new knowledge coming down. And the vessel is the serpent. Getting his interpretation. But the four corners of the earth gets its interpretation by nature. This would be some type of conduit if you just stick it in the ground. Or use it for a war weapon. Whatever the case may be. It's not a weapon. It's a frequency something. Download tool or something. I don't know. But nonetheless, 9 is perfection. Man is the perfect thing. And in order for this energy to be confused before it gets to man, the devil has to use the serpent. I'm just shooting some shit out there now, but what I do know is this snake at 9 o'clock, and same thing with this right side up. Serpent, snake, 9 o'clock. We wrote the book already. Some stuff in it already. Snake. We wrapped around the tree. And who is he looking at? The perfect man and woman. That was everything but nothing at the time. That's the story. I'm almost certain that's what that story tells you. The perfect timing, the perfect when everything was when all things was everything but nothing at the same time. The serpent put in the perfect man and perfect woman. Perfect man and perfect woman in their minds. And that was put in their minds wasn't perfection concerning the grand architect. No, it was the grand architect Most High Yah to want it that way. Then yeah, that'd been perfect. Cool. But that's why I tell folks, I don't need your help. I am the Most High Yah alone. And so now we find that the tree of good and evil, or the knowledge of good and evil, is imperfect because you was not entrusted with that wisdom yet. That was something you had to earn. And because you get too much knowledge, you have to die because it's too much for you. It's too much without, in other words, you haven't grown into it. And I believe that's what it says so many generations, that there would come a time where there would be a people or a group of people or certain people who have grown into this plan according to the way I wanted to plan. But then there's going to be a whole bunch of people who's been chosen but haven't grown into it. And it all makes sense looking at this tree, right? Because the tree grew to a staff. The staff grew to a cross, just for the cross to go into what? A stripper pole. Y'all see it? You know you see it. I know you see it. It's like tree, staff, cross, now pole. Now you want those money and you sold your soul. I know you see, I know you do. I know you see it. You see the tree, staff, cross, now pole. You throw money to the hole on a stripper pole. You know you see it. I know you see it. See the reptiles. How we know? You know the seed of Cain and reptiles? Because the young black mothers, or the young so-called black mothers, are selling their babies. You're literally selling your babies. How we know that you're the seed of Cain? Because you literally make music on how to kill your brother. You literally make music and enjoy the music. Now, don't get me wrong. I like instruments, or especially a good beat, a good music producer. A lot of y'all are some dynamite music producers, and some of y'all have some rhythms just as demonic as the fucking words. I know. God damn it. That's why I can't say too much, because I still listen to them beats. I ain't gonna hold you. I ain't gonna sit here and say shit, bad shit about it. And here I'm up for rocking that shit too. Don't let me be pissed. I'm definitely putting that gangster shit on. Actually, I'm gonna tell you how I justify it. I figure I'll justify it by listening to it as long as I don't do the dumb shit. Straight up. There's a way to see this shit because I feel like doing this shit myself, so when after I listen to them doing it, I find out that that's some dumb ass shit, I go sit my ass down somewhere. Cause we think about the dumb ass shit too. Don't get it fucked up. I live in a glass house. I'm a hotel, yeah, motherfuckers. You ain't gotta peek through my window. I don't know who peeks through the window of a glass house. If I can remember if I'm doing some fuck shit, if I can remember, I'll tell you, motherfucker, that this is what the fuck I did, man. I don't know what I was thinking that day, but I fucking did it. I'm fucking guilty. But I ain't so motherfucking stupid to do some real dumbass shit that'll disrespect and dishonor my Afro-Asiatic brothers and sisters, aka my Hebrew Muslim family. And that includes all Afro-Asiatics on the planet, whether you accept it you want or not. That's why I'm happy, because I know these things and I ain't got to argue with no motherfucker about it. You know what I mean? When you know who you is. I'm going to put that shit in my weed. Who was on here last time I was doing a video, man? I accidentally dumped motherfucking weed tobacco shavings in my weed. Man, I was mad at the motherfucker. I had to sit there and pluck all that shit out of there. I get to pay attention, man. Got to pay attention. So yeah, I just want to confirm that what we had did already was the snake in the tree, snake on the staff, and snake in the church. But if I would remind you of what happens to snakes, it's very short. Another one real quick, so most of y'all. Oh, see, like, here goes some other demonic shit. This right here, hold on. This right here. This little, I don't want to put the thing on there, but look how sick the person is. This is a dog. This is a dog. Behind this dog, this guy got an outfit, and he has one that looks just like that. Now that makes sense. This with an outfit on, with that's logical. But it's not logical that a cat and a dog with human titties, human pussy, human penis, and somebody's giving it a praise. Talking about black intelligence, man. And I want to mention this because I've had this for a long time, and I'm literally watching the Owl Horse on this unnatural shit. And people are using these icons to justify African intelligence or Egyptian African intelligence. That's just making me sick looking at it. Let me get my fucking screen. Which connects to this here. A goat with human titties, hips, ass, and see what I'm saying? See what's happening here? Next one. This is your gods, man. This is the black man's history. I give you some more. This will motivate you. See that? Legs. There forms of Baphomets. Why bestiality is cool. Where's the other one? I want y'all to look at this real closely. Look at this real closely that I just showed you. Now, let's get back to this. All right. Try this picture before we close this out, cause they get fed up with you niggas. This is what made them powerful over you. Fed up. Right here. Now, they are what y'all was worshiping. And they figured it out. They figured it out. They figured it out. They figured it out. Men like beasts appear in the midst of nations and cultures around the globe. What's this? A man like beast. A woman like beast. So he said, fuck this shit here. I am not a man like beast or a woman like beast. I am a beast. I know that's what I am. But you motherfuckers is not real. But I don't know nothing about you. That's why it says the Greeks, unlike the Egyptians, made their gods in their own image. So what happened? They started cutting off the fur. Bald heads and no hair on your face and body was going to be the new status amongst the beast people. Because if you had the hair on your face and on your body, you can't go around who? The people of God. And you had to be in the house at a certain time. Why? Because the skin would burn. Why? Because your fur is not there to protect your skin. So there's rules to this shit. There's rules to this shit for being out in the sun. And it took them 300 to 400 years to get enough melanin in your skin to come outside for as long as they do, without having their fur. Oh, see what happened? Wait. Somebody did something. So we have to ask ourselves, we close this out. Alright, when they made themselves God. That's why you got white Jesus, white Muhammad, and white supremacy. Because they're trying to shut my shit off. I'm getting close to the, I'm touching the rib. Let me hit this off before they shut my shit off. So they don't want you knowing that, because they cut their shit off, that this is their oh, they blocked it. Oh shit, what's going on? No. Nonetheless, let's do it again. Hold on. You go to that wild man in the moors. Cause we want to get you to see what's going on here. Try to cram all this in, how it came into that serpent, snake, Lilith, gene mixing. Let's see, MFA collections search. Let's see. Let's see the collection. Wow. I don't want to download anything. I just want to show the people. Just want to show the people. Look how long that is, fam. Hold up. I did something wrong. Look. See with the fur, riding on reindeer. This is why it's so important. Look at it. Let's see if I can share it with y'all real quick. Face busy. See what happens. Yeah, here we go. I just sent it to you. No name. Tapestry, Wild Men in the Moors. My feed. Yeah, I don't want it in my damn story. I don't know. Alright, sent it to y'all. Alright, so now this is on Tapestry. Alright, there you go. It is no longer non-fiction. Alright? Here. I don't know how much else you want me to say. What else you want to say? It's true history. Everybody that got skin, folk, ain't human folk. and y'all trying to make friends. Oh well, that's my brother. You know, he cool. Yeah, alright. Motherfucker gonna bite your back out in a minute. Oh, and don't get it fucked up. These things come in different color shapes and sizes, nigga. Now that they had time to come to the Moors and to the nation of the black Muslim and the black cities and the black culture. In fact, God said don't mix with these motherfuckers, and a lot of you folks done got these girlfriends from this genetic bloodline. Matter of fact, let me tell you the scripture. Let me show you the scripture. The jackals will be in the palace. Where in the scriptures the jackal will be in the palace? Uh-huh. See? Isaiah, here we go. Check this out. Ooh, check this. This is gang here. Check this out. This is more powerful right here, though. Y'all can look it up for yourself. That's why my videos be long as hell, man. There's don't be no joke. And then at the King James version, let me get that for you. I'm gonna go to the Strong's coordinate. We'll make sure. Alrighty. We got here. Bible confusion. That's not what we're looking for. Oh shit. That's the name he was. I'm thinking it's Mari is Merari, who returned with Ezra. Gershom, an ancestor of Levite, treasure in the time of David, son of the family at the chief house of Elam, who returned with Ezra, a chief of the descendants of Merari, who returned with. I'm sorry, y'all. One day I was in a daze, and this little boy came up to me, man, a little dark little boy, and I thought he said Mari Bashni, but it might be Merari Bashni. Mary Bashni is ancient Ibla or ancient Silvers or Sumer, something along that Akkadian for teach the children. That freaked me out right there when I found that out. But now I'm looking at the chief of the descendants of Merari. I see that I could have mistake Merari, Bashni. Well, not the Bashni part, but the Merari. It all falls in the same line. Teach the children, Merari, the descendants who returned with Ezra, who is a Levite, and the treasure of the time of David. Okay. That's not what we're looking for. Let's get back up here. Who is that? This is an Oracle song. No, that's not. We on something else. What happened? Okay. Where is that animal at? The hyena. Hidiness, O for gold. Where's the hyena? And wild beasts of the land shall cry in the desolate houses, and dragons in the pleasant palaces, and our time is near to come, and days should not be prolonged. Okay, here we go. Here is the prophecy of Babylonia. We know who the Medes is. That's the Grecians, blacks still. And up there close to the beginning of the Mediterranean. Where is the animal? What's the damn? What do you call it? Anyway, okay. This is the wild men, right? And this is what they say is wild men of ancient world. Okay, so wild men of ancient world, right? Humanoid beasts across the globe. So here go one part of the globe with the Moors to show that these wild beasts exist. And this time, in ancient time, and in biblical, these beasts. And the wild beasts of the islands shall cry in the desolate houses, and dragons in their pleasant palaces, and her time is near to come, and her days shall not be prolonged. So Babylonia was destroyed, and so they created a new what? Babylon. Come on, where is the jackal? Okay. Let's go back to this then. So when the jackals, here's the story behind it. This is why I'm sharing this. An oracle concerning Babylon, okay. Let's see what else they got. Hyenas, jackals. Here we go. Right here. Because Babylon is synonymous, obviously, to dragon. What else they have here? Babylon is synonymous to a luxury place. Where else it says? Babylon is her. Luxurious. It's a her. Luxurious. Alright. Okay. When you look at these two prophecies, right? The beasts of the field will honor me. That's doing that right now. The jackals and the ostriches, because I provide a water in the wilderness and rivers in the desert to give drink to my chosen people. That's what this tapestry says right here. The beasts of the field, these things here, will honor me. They're called Jews. They cared enough about the Most High that they was willing to leave their dobe to be where we was at. We literally traded faces. Literally. You literally traded gods. Literally. Listen to what Isaiah is saying. The beasts of the field will honor me. See all these Catholic churches? All these Christian churches? All these Christian believers? In their way, they honor the God of their understanding. That's the difference between you and them. God gave you an overstanding, and He gave them a God of an understanding. He came to them in their understanding. Where you at? Get. Go somewhere. I'll kick you out. Away from my, I'm gonna try to play with my food. I'm not playing with you, man. Damn, I'm cooking up this bitch. It's getting hot and motherfucker. Don't they get a welfare system for you? Get out. Yeah. Yeah. Do they not provide They do. Because I provide water in the wilderness for them, thus says the Lord. They got something in Greece which says there's a space for the unknown God. But since we don't know you, we fuck with these ones. Gotta respect that. It said, the jackals and the ostriches, because I provide water in the wilderness and rivers in the desert to give drink to my chosen people. Here's again. The beasts of the field will honor me, comma. The jackals and the ostriches. That's over here. Why? Because they know I provide water in the wilderness and rivers in the desert to give drink to my chosen people. So black man and black woman, the beast knows who you are, but you don't. And it's not his job to tell you. There's nothing to tell. He's doing what he knows. And the Most High is letting him drink your children's blood. How we know? Jeremiah 11. Of all things, 9:11. Let's get that. What does that say? Okay, fuck it. I will make Jerusalem a heap. Here we go. We know the Moors is real people. So the history is real. We have ancient world legends, humanoid beasts. We know that's real. So this jackal, this beast man, has to be real. I will make Jerusalem a heap of ruins. Why? Because Judah, you fucked up, nigga. You did everything you want supposed to be, and now you think you the shit, Judah. Everybody claiming to be Judah, thinking they the shit. Talking about we gonna destroy the white man, and if y'all don't shut the fuck up. This is why you're getting your ass whooped. The Most High is doing this to you, not the pale skin, not any other shit. The Most High is doing this to you, Judah. All you ego-driven Judas, and all you black Jews and all the other shit. Well, take your ass whooping then. Get him, girl. Woo! Oh! That's why dog's the man's best friend. Why? Because we're married in the image of God and we give rulership over the dog. But since you want to act like some dog-ass niggas, here's your punishment. I will make Jerusalem into a heap of ruins, says Yah. It will be a place haunted by who? Jackals, nigga. We're going to leave that right there for a minute. So when you call your girlfriend a bitch, you call her a jackal. When you tell your friend or your dad, that's my dog, you call him a jackal. Because that's literally in Israel right now. A bunch of jackals and blood, thought, action, and deed. And they just killing motherfuckers everywhere they go, and y'all enjoying it. And that's why they can put insurance policies on your ass and kill all your quote-unquote musicians. They're singing for the Most High. You singing for the dog. Rest in peace, DMX. I respect dogs, nature, animals, but I don't let them like that. I didn't know that, did y'all? Went in paradise. It's a gamble, man. Of course, always willing to bet shit they don't have in their pocket. Like your soul. Judah, your crib will be desolate without any inhabitants, meaning of your own people. When that second temple got destroyed, that was the rap. Wasn't no Jesus from the tribe of Judah. We forget about it. They were all jackals. Maccabees books 1 through 5. That's why they had to make up a story for you niggas to believe. Who is the man wise enough to understand this? Right there. We'll just put that right there. I was just saying, I didn't read that really. Who is wise enough to understand this? Let them come debate. Let them debate now. Who is man, that's wise to come understand this? Let's debate. I pray they don't block the audio for this. I'm praying they don't. But let's debate. To whom has the mouth of the Lord spoken, that he may explain it? Why is the land destroyed and scorched like a desert, so no one can pass through it? Meaning, the life of God's children is not there. The life of God's children is the medicine to the nations. And there's no medicine there, so it's like a desert. And it's so lack or so dry and desired doing the Most High's will, that no one can pass through it. Too wicked. So now, Judah, we got jackals and dragons. Not dragons with wings, but dragons that walk on 4 legs. Called a Komodo dragon. We lost their wings. Forget about that. There's 2 different niggas. All together, same type of species, but different attributes. Different reasons for being alive. You don't want to try to make a comparison with that. In fact, a dragon is one who dragged across the skies. Now going to drag across the ground too. I mean, only. They drag the skies and they drag the earth. And they hold the fire of life in their mouth. That's symbolism of a dragon. And unfortunately, there are some guys who want to poison that well. Let's see if that's it. So, to confirm that Judah never had his own Judaism, Isaiah 25:2. In need, you have made the city a heap. You have made the city a heap of rubble, Judah, not Israel, but Judah. I see. When you say Israel, you have to talk about the nature of the 12 tribes, not as individuals. That's what I'm saying. Y'all don't. That's what we know. You don't know the language as well. That's another video. Judah, you like Cain have made just a heap of rubble. Alright? The fortified town, a ruin. You fucked it up, man. Not the white man, not Esau, not Edom. This is my argument with the Hebrew Israelites across the planet. The fortresses of strangers, a fortress of strangers is a city no more. It will never be rebuilt. Let me make sure we have this in place. Alright? Click on that. See? Once again, it won't be a stronghold no more. Why? Because it ain't going to be rebuilt again. You forget about it. Next. You fucked it up already. I think it's something like my dad taught me. And it even so much. We ain't even go that far. We're going to leave that there. But you seen the jackal. The dog. Get you another picture real quick. Alright. Okay, we're gonna come up out of that. The Book of Primal History in the song. Ooh, something told me to hold on to that. I ain't gonna mess with that. Alright, that's that. Let's see what we're doing. See what else we got going on here. Let me see what else. Make sure I ain't forget anything. Because one thing I hate, we get on here, I'll be like, man, damn, I should have told him this. Okay. So y'all know this is real. Look. Baku, Tima, the monkey man. The man. We got here. I don't know about that bullshit. Bigfoot, whatever that's about. A wild man, Enkidu in ancient Mesopotamia. It was surviving mention of a wild man as Enkidu, Enki's creation in Epic of Gilgamesh, written more than 4,000 years ago in Mesopotamia. And see what I'm saying? Enki's creation. See, we heard about the story from pagans to Christian and Islam, religious wars, ancient Sudan, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, well, shit. Well, Dr. Malachi was telling y'all in so many words about the creation of the pale-skinned man, the pigs, and who they's going to feed them. There was nothing to really feed them. So, in a mixture of making these things and creating them, they still had to have some way to eat to feed them. But what they didn't expect, and this is how you know their gene. They eat anything. It's a genetic code. It's just the genetics in them. It's not for all. Fuck that. If the shoe fit, wear it. But these ones that cannot sit in the sun at all. At all. Take your husky or your sheepdog and cut off all his motherfucking hair and send him outside to chase sheep and shit and see what them damn fleas and ticks do to his ass. Not to mention his son, and he'd be dead in 24 hours. And don't put that nigga in the shade. None of that. He's gonna be mad as hell at you if he survived that day. As soon as he get in the crib, he gonna bite you. Or she gonna bite you. He gonna be like, you set me up, man. You try to kill me. You set me up there to die. Mm-hmm. You ever wonder where talking dogs come from? Talking horses? Talking frogs, like Kermit? Talking pigs? Yup. All Egyptian Scientology and other magics. Make sure there's anything else I got to show y'all. Let me see if there's anything else. I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. I hear fucked up and be giggling at me and shit. Let me see if it'll hang up. If it hangs up, then most I keep y'all safe. But if it don't, just say some important words.